Chapter 1228 Stripped of the North Region. Chapter 1228 Stripped of the North Region. Dragon Tiger Sect. As the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect, Luo Hua was under immense pressure. At that moment, he stood at the peak of Dragon Tiger Peak and gazed into the distance with a hint of worry. He did not know if he had made the right choice. However, this was an opportunity for him and Dragon Tiger Sect. If he could obtain Desolate Marshal's belongings, there was a high chance he could become the second Desolate Marshal and also find the opportunity to step into the conjoint body realm. Under his lead, Dragon Tiger Sect could also become the leader of the 10 upper sects of the North Region. There were 2 different opinions within the sect. The first wanted to express goodwill to Desolate Marshal. Most of those elders were weak and indecisive. They were not suitable to accomplish great things. Dao Lord Luo Hua pouted and sneered internally. The other suggestion was for him to lead everyone and suppress Desolate Marshal to obtain the greatest benefits. Junior brother Fei Ming and the others should have gotten their hands on it by now, right? Dao Lord Luo Hua murmured softly. For some reason, his heart palpitated inexplicably. What's going to happen? He frowned slightly. It was an unusual palpitation, similar to an adrenaline rush. At their cultivation realm, they had an imperceptible sixth sense toward certain things. As sect master, something bad has happened. Right then, a flustered disciple sped over. That person yelled from afar before he even reached. Dao Lord Luo Hua's heart sank. The disciple was a cultivator guarding the Destiny Symbol Shed. As the name implied, the Destiny Symbol Shed was where the destiny symbols of cultivators were stored. If anything were to happen to the cultivators outside, the destiny symbols would change and the sect would be informed about it as soon as possible. Before he could ask, the disciple said, "The destiny symbols of Uncle Master Fei Ming and the others have all shattered." What? Dao Lord Luo Hua's expression changed starkly. Including Fei Ming, there were 101 people in total, yet none of them are left. Dao Lord Luo Hua asked with a cold gaze. And none. The disciple was scared out of his wits as well and said incoherently, "All their destiny symbols have shattered." Suddenly, Dao Lord Luo Hua's expression turned pale. As though he was severely injured, he clutched his chest and took a step back. That was more than 100 Dharma characteristic Dao lords. Including those in seclusion and those who were out on expeditions, there were less than 200 Dharma characteristic Dao lords in Dragon Tiger Sect in total. But now, more than half of them were gone. No, that's impossible. Dao Lord Luo Hua shook his head repeatedly. Elder Tianhu went as well. How could Fei Ming and the others be completely annihilated? That made no sense. In this operation, he even expected that some of Desolate Marshal's old friends and acquaintances would rush over to help. That was the reason why he invited Elder Tianhu out of seclusion. That power was enough to crush Desolate Marshal's power into dust. How did such a huge change happen? Could it be that person from Dragon Burial Valley? Dao Lord Luo Hua murmured softly. Right then, another cultivator sped over with a flustered expression. Before he arrived, he yelled, "Sect Master, something bad is happening." It's said that Desolate Marshal has already entered the Dharma characteristic realm and killed Elder Tianhu and Uncle Master Fei Ming's group of more than 100 outside Pingyang town. What did you say? Dao Lord Luo Hua glared and said word by word. He did not believe that Desolate Marshal would be able to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm and stand shoulder to shoulder with him, given his limited lifespan. Luo Hua, get the hell out. Right then, a loud roar sounded from outside the sect, spreading to every corner of Dragon Tiger Sect, like thunder. Desolate Marshal is here. Dao Lord Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat. If Desolate Marshal had truly entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he was almost certain that Desolate Marshal would come to settle scores with him. However, he had not expected Desolate Marshal to arrive so quickly. Swoosh! Tao, Lord Luo Hua, withdrew a talisman from his storage bag that soared into the air and exploded. It was a messaging talisman. It would only be used if the sect was met with a critically dire situation. The sect was stirred. Countless powerful auras burst forth, and everyone woke up from their seclusion, cultivation. What is going on? There's someone else who dares to cause trouble at the entrance of Dragon Tiger Sect. Tao, Lord Luo Hua, said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this person's Tao title is Desolate Marshal, and he's the #1 enemy of our sect. Now that he's here, please join forces and kill him." The Dharma characteristic Tao, Lords in Seclusion, did not know who Desolate Marshal was. That's for sure. If he dares to create havoc in Dragon Tiger Sect, he'll be doomed. I was wondering what sort of a mighty figure patriarch it was. So, it's a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. These days, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords dare to be so arrogant? Under Tao Lord Luo Hua's lead, many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords headed towards the entrance gate. Some elders in the sect shook their heads when they saw this. They were the ones who did not agree with Tao Lord Luo Hua's plan from the start. To think that this plan would still attract trouble for Dragon Tiger Sect in the end. Outside Dragon Tiger Sect, standing on the clouds, Su Zimo looked down at the paradise beneath his feet. Dragon Tiger Sect was surrounded by mountains and lush trees. There was even a clear spirit spring flowing between the peaks. It was an excellent cultivation field. You guys are injured. You can just observe from here. Su Zimo glanced sideways and instructed Monkey and the others. I can still fight. Monkey yelled excitedly. Su Zimo smiled gently. It won't be too late for you guys to attack if I meet with danger. Where did this arrogant fool come from? How dare you shout in Dragon Tiger Sect? Right then, dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords walked out of Dragon Tiger Sect. One of them sneered at Su Zimo and hollered, "You don't recognize me?" A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Even in the entire Tianhuang mainland, his Tao title was renowned, let alone in the North region. Among these people, some of them were in seclusion most of the time and did not recognize who Desolate Marshal was. I'm here to look for Luo Hua today. Anyone unrelated should make way. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he looked at the dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect opposite him. What do you want from me? The crowd dispersed and Tao Lord Luo Hua, the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect, walked over slowly. First, you have to die. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on Luo Hua and said straightforwardly, Second, from this day forth, Dragon Tiger Sect shall disperse. Brazen. How arrogant. You're only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, and yet you want Dragon Tiger Sect to disperse because of you? Ridiculous. That's the greatest joke in the world. Tao Lord Luo Hua shook his head as well and sneered. I won't agree to either of your demands. Desolate Marshal, you are indeed strong. However, it's a fool's dream if you think that you can shake the foundation of Dragon Tiger Sect that has lasted for 10,000 years single-handedly. It's fine if you don't agree. Su Zimo smiled faintly. If you don't agree, I'll kill you personally. I'll destroy Dragon Tiger Sect personally and strip its place in the North region. Chapter 1229, Great Sanskrit Light Fist. Chapter 1229, Great Sanskrit Light Fist. You're asking for death. Many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect hollered. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, heaven and earth Dharma characteristics surged into the skies like gigantic spirits. Instantly, the world shook and dharmic powers surged with a rampant might. The heights of those heaven and earth dharma characteristics were different. The weakest were 30 feet tall, while the strongest were 60 feet tall. A Tao lord of Dragon Tiger sect controlled a dharma characteristic that was more than 50 feet tall with a spirit consciousness and charged towards Su Zimo in huge strides. With every step the heaven and earth dharma characteristic took, the ground would tremble with a shocking aura. Humph! Su Zimo sneered. Without even using his heavenly fiend dharma body, he chanted a few Sanskrit words rapidly and threw out a punch. That punch was like a blazing sun that shone with a bedazzling light. Great Sanskrit light fist. That dharmic art was inherited from a stone statue in the Tao inheritance ground. It was one of the top dharmic arts of the Buddhist sects back in the ancient era and had a shocking might. The burst of each punch resembled the descent of a blazing sun and was incomparably tough. Before the 50 feet tall dharma characteristic could reach Su Zimo, its massive body was punctured by the great Sanskrit light fist. What? The Tao lords of Dragon Tiger sect exclaimed in shock. A dharma characteristic that was more than 50 feet tall could not even defend against a single dharmic art from the other party. What was even more frightening was that the heaven and earth dharma characteristics' dharmic powers dissipated and was on the verge of disappearing before it even collided against the great Sanskrit light fist properly. The difference was too great. Although Su Zimo had just entered the dharma characteristic realm, his essence spirit cultivated the cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects and fused more than 30 inheritances. The essence of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects was profound, and the power of his essence spirit was comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure. The range of his spirit consciousness could extend to 5,000 kilometers. What was 5,000 kilometers? For ordinary cultivators who had just entered the dharma characteristic realm, their spirit consciousness could only extend to 500 kilometers. The difference was 10 times. That difference was even more significant in a fight. The essence spirit was powerful and gushed with dharmic powers. Alongside a top-tier dharmic art, even a 60 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristic could not defend against it, let alone one that was 50 feet. Boom! The great Sanskrit light fist struck the dharma characteristic Tao Lord heavily. That person had summoned his destiny dharmic weapon as well, but it was shattered by a single punch. At the same time, his body was torn apart without a corpse. It was just a single punch. A heaven and earth dharma characteristic dissipated, and a dharma characteristic Tao, Lord's essence spirit, was destroyed. Sandstorm. Su Zimo's attack was not over yet as he pointed forward. One after another, violent gusts of wind rose from the ground, sweeping up endless mud and rocks. Every single sand particle possessed powerful dharmic powers as they howled towards the Tao, lords of Dragon Tiger sect, covering the skies. Poof, poof, poof. Some heaven and earth dharma characteristics that were 40 feet tall and below were shattered by the dharmic art, and their dharmic powers dissipated. They could not withstand it at all. Sandstorm was also an inheritance from a stone statue in the Tao inheritance ground. It came from the immortal sections. Each of those ancient inheritances possessed shocking might, and a single inheritance was enough for one to dominate the world. Avicii. Fiend chi coiled around Su Zimo's fingertips, and a region the size of a palm was swiftly formed. It was sinister, filled with blood mists and specters. Su Zimo threw that hell above the heads of the many dharma characteristics of Dragon Tiger sect. Avicii was initially small. However, it expanded rapidly upon descending and enveloped the dozens of dharma characteristic Tao lords like a world. The heaven and earth dharma characteristics waved their fists within, and dharmic power surged, but they could not break free. Avicii was an extremely terrifying place. Nobody could endure the endless torture of Avicii physically and mentally. The only few heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that managed to hold on were more than 60 feet tall. Even then, they were destroyed completely by the pressure of this dharmic art. Without the support of their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, the Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect could not defend against Su Zimo's dharmic arts. How dare you guys try to stop me with your heaven and earth Dharma characteristics? Su Zimo crossed over the heads of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with his hands behind his back without even looking at them. As sect master, save me. Tragic cries sounded one after another, but there was no response. Back when Su Zimo released his second dharmic art, Tao Lord Luo Hua had already seized the opportunity of the chaos to escape back to the inner sect of Dragon Tiger sect. He knew very well that the dozens of dharma characteristic Tao Lords could not stop Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not take Tao Lord Luo Hua's escape to heart. He was going to flatten Dragon Tiger sect today. Tao Lord Luo Hua had nowhere to hide. Monkey and the others stood on the auspicious cloud and did not attack at all. They merely watched by the side in a carefree manner. Tao Yao felt much less aggrieved as well. Sect Protection Formation, activate. Tao Lord Luo Hua returned to Dragon Tiger Peak and activated the Sect Protection Formation right away. Elders, Dragon Tiger sect is in danger. Even if you don't agree with my previous decision, you can't just watch as Dragon Tiger sect is destroyed. Tao Lord Luo Hua looked at the dozens of sect elders not far away and said with a menacing expression. The elders exchanged glances and sighed. We're only at the Dharma characteristic realm as well, and there's a limit to what we can do. An elder said, if even this sect protection formation can't stop Desolate Marshal, we won't attack him. That would be courting death. Sigh, perhaps this is the fate of Dragon Tiger sect. Don't worry. Tao Lord Luo Hua said in a deep voice, this sect protection formation was set up by a top-tier formation grandmaster. Even if a conjoint body mighty figure were to come, it would be impossible for him to dispel it in less than a month. Even if Desolate Marshal can't break through the sect protection formation, what can you do? An elder asked. I can send a message to the other sects and have them send experts to help. Tao Lord Luo Hua said. Impossible. An elder laughed mockingly. Given the current situation, which of those upper sects would want to get involved in this mess? All of them are definitely awaiting the final outcome of this battle. Tao Lord Luo Hua's expression was dark. There's also Glass Palace. Glass Palace and Desolate Marshal have a feud. If we inform Glass Palace, they won't sit by idly. Before his sentence was finished, the entire sect protection formation shook. The light flickered and showed signs of dispersing. What? Impossible. Tao Lord Luo Hua's expression changed starkly. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal was, he was only comparable to conjoint body mighty figures at most. How could he shake this formation? Without hesitation, Tao Lord Luo Hua said hurriedly, Hurry, hurry! Elders, hurry and help steady the formation. Many elders scattered everywhere and conjured hand seals, sending dharmic powers into the sect protection formation to stabilize it. A gigantic barrier of light shrouded the skies above the Dragon Tiger sect. Outside the barrier, a green-robed figure stood, looking down at Tao Lord Luo Hua's group with a mocking expression. Luo Hua, even your array formation can't stop me. Su Zimo said indifferently, Today, I'll show you how I dispel the formation. Chapter 1230, Flattening the Formation. Chapter 1230, Flattening the Formation. The sect protection formation of Dragon Tiger sect was indeed extremely mysterious. It was as Tao Lord Luo Hua had said, even for conjoint body mighty figures, It would take them at least a month to dispel it with brute force. However, he missed something. If a grandmaster well-versed in array formations were to arrive, they would not even need to rely on brute force. Instead, they could locate the eye of the formation and destroy it instantly. More than 10 years ago, Su Zimo's attainment in array formations could not even be considered as a great formation master, let alone a grandmaster. However, in the Tao inheritance ground, among the more than 30 inheritances he had received, one of them came from an ancient formation grandmaster. Nobody knew what sort of transformations he had experienced in the Tao inheritance ground. One of them was his attainments in array formations. The formation patterns of the sect protection formation were complex and mysterious. In the eyes of cultivators who did not know about formations, it was akin to a heavenly book that they had no clue about at all. But now, Su Zimo merely swept his gaze and found a clue within the complex formation patterns. He conjured hand seals with both hands and released 3 Buddhist dermic seals in succession. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal. 3 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries descended with a terrifying might towards the light barrier beneath. The elders of Dragon Tiger sect were shocked. Under normal circumstances, the power of the 3 Buddhist dermic seals would not be enough to deal with the sect protection formation. However, the landing spot of the 3 dermic seals happened to be where the 3 formation eyes were. The formation eye was the core of the formation and was also the source of its power. Through the eye and formation patterns, power ripples out and channels the formation, increasing its strength multiplicatively to form various different formations. Once the formation eye was dispelled, it would be difficult to maintain the formation no matter how intricate the formation patterns were. Impossible. Tao Lord Luohua's eyes widened in disbelief. How long had it been since he activated the sect protection formation? It was probably less than 10 minutes. In that short period of time, Desolate Marshall managed to identify the 3 formation eyes of the sect protection formation without any deviations. What the hell? Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 loud bangs. 3 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries descended and smashed heavily against the 3 formation eyes, causing massive dermic powers to ripple. The formation eyes shattered and lost their support. Instantly, the entire sect protection formation shook and flickered. Su Zimo closed in and took a step forward, stomping heavily on the light barrier of the sect protection formation with his right foot. Break! Bang! Boom! Boom! That single stomp caused the ground to quake. Under countless gazes, dense cracks appeared on the light barrier of the sect protection formation and spread rapidly. The entire mountain gate of Dragon Tiger sect trembled as though the apocalypse had arrived and the sky was collapsing. The elders felt as though they were struck by lightning and shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood with dispirited expressions. Shattered. The sect protection formation that Tao Lord Luohua said could defend against the power of a conjoint body mighty figure for a month was destroyed by Su Zimo just like that. The foundation of the Dragon Tiger sect that spanned 10,000 years was still trampled beneath Su Zimo's feet. If that was the case for the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect, it was even worse for the other cultivators. The crowd was astonished. Some of the cultivators were already fleeing in panic. Su Zimo ignored everything. The main reason why he came this time round was to kill Tao Lord Luohua and remove Dragon Tiger sect from the upper sects. It was not for a massacre. Desolate Marshal. Tao Lord Luohua hollered angrily. Dragon Tiger sect is one of the 10 upper sects of the North region. Do you really want to be overbearing and kill us all? Fufu. Su Zimo sneered. Luohua, Dragon Tiger sect, took part in the fight between the dynasties and attacked Ethereal Peak. In fact, You even sent a conjoint body mighty figure of the sect to hunt me down. I've never sought accountability for any of those events. But now, even at the verge of my exhausting lifespan, you sent more than 100 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and a conjoint body mighty figure relentlessly to barge into Pingyang town. Who is overbearing one who was trying to kill me? Tao Lord Luohua was rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. Ugh! Many elders shook their heads and sighed. Tao Lord Luohua grit his teeth. Since things have come to this, it's useless to say anything more. Desolate Marshal, I can only tell you that Dragon Tiger sect has a history of 10,000 years. If we really fight to the death, it'll only result in an internecine outcome. Is that so? Su Zimo said indifferently, I want to see what Dragon Tiger sect is going to hurt me with today. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive explosions, 2 cave abodes on Dragon Tiger Peak exploded and 2 extremely terrifying auras burst forth with a suppressive might. 2 conjoint body mighty figures had appeared. The sect was met with a calamity and could be destroyed at any moment. These conjoint body mighty figures who were in seclusion all year round had finally appeared. Furthermore, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the 2 mighty figures were not the only ones in Dragon Tiger sect. Those who could cultivate to the conjoint body realm were all grand elders of Dragon Tiger sect. The 2 old men looked extremely similar. Although their beards were grayish-white, they were hale and hearty and had robust blood qi. They did not show any signs of weakness and had bright gazes. A gigantic bronze bell hovered above the head of the old man on the left. The old man on the right held a dark gold tripod in his palm. In the cultivation world, cultivators who used dermic weapons such as bells, tripods, and furnaces were not to be trifled with and had extraordinary combat strength. These 2 siblings had the same parents and were extremely famous in the cultivation world of the North region 5,000 years ago. They were known as the Bell Tripod Twin Lords. Both of their combat strengths were extremely strong. Coupled with their telepathic connection and chemistry, the combat strength they released would increase exponentially. The most famous battle between the 2 of them was when they were Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. They once worked together to repel a conjoint body mighty figure. Greetings, Elders Zhong and Ding. Tao Lord Luohua bowed slightly with a respectful expression. The 2 old men nodded. Elder Zhong on the left said in a deep voice, Desolate Marshal, please return. I've heard some of your deeds. Indeed, Dragon Tiger sect won't be able to stop you with our foundations if you manage to cultivate to the conjoint body realm. He suddenly stopped speaking. Elder Ding at the side continued, however, you've just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. It's a fool's dream for you to want to flatten Dragon Tiger sect. The 2 old men were telepathic and completed their sentences as though it was only one of them speaking. Even their tone was identical. Is that so? Su Zimo smirked coldly. Let's see how you 2 are going to stop me. Kill. Suddenly, the 2 elders shouted at the same time and formed a triangular formation, charging toward Su Zimo. Before they arrived, the gigantic bronze bell and dark gold tripod in their hands had already arrived. The materials used for the 2 dermic weapons were extremely rare metal ores. The mystic magnet mountain did not have much effect on the 2 dermic weapons either. The gigantic bronze bell emitted an extremely mysterious energy that shrouded Su Zimo's head. It was as though he was carrying a ton of weight and could not move at all. As for the dark gold tripod, it smashed toward Su Zimo. Elders Zhong and Ding displayed immense combat strength the moment they attacked. Chapter 1231 Rulai Dermic Body. Chapter 1231 Rulai Dermic Body. Conjoint body mighty figures could release immense heaven and earth powers alongside unparalleled heaven and earth momentum with every single move. conjoint body mighty figures were fused with heaven and earth. Of course, combat strength at the conjoint body realm varied as well. The combat strength of Elders Zhong and Ding was clearly much stronger than the mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect, who died in Night Spirit's hands outside Pingyang town. Su Zimo felt a sense of pressure. No matter what, he was at the Dharma characteristic realm. If he wanted to retaliate against the pressure and power of a conjoint body mighty figure, he could only rely on his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Rise! Su Zimo shouted. Boom! A phantom soared into the skies from Su Zimo's body. It was clad in armor and exuded rumbling fiend chi that was pitch black, wielding a black sai that was murderous. It was the heavenly fiend Dharma body that was 85 feet tall. The crowd was astonished. Everyone from Dragon Tiger sect looked up instinctively, and their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at this indomitable, fiend celestial-like existence. 85 feet. A Dharma characteristic with this height was something they had never seen before or dared to imagine. The most terrifying thing was that Desolate Marshal was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. If he continued cultivating, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic would continue to grow, and at that time, there was a high chance it would become a 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristic. The Dharma characteristic ranking was held once every 1,000 years. However, it had been many years since a supreme Dharma characteristic had appeared in the cultivation world. The most recent was Extreme Fire. Not long after, Extreme Fire broke through and fused his Dharma characteristic with his body to become a conjoint body mighty figure. That supreme Dharma characteristic appeared fleetingly and did not cause much of a stir. On the battlefield, initially the gigantic bronze bell had pinned Su Zimo on the spot, slowing his movements and giving him immense pressure. But now the heavenly fiend Dharma body surged into the skies and resolved the pressure on Su Zimo instantly. Slash! He pointed forward. The eyes of the heavenly fiend Dharma body shone with two pitch-black fiend lights. Raising its arm, the gigantic scythe drew a crescent-shaped cold light in midair and slashed heavily against the incoming dark gold tripod. Clang! Sparks flew as the two weapons collided. The dark gold tripod was sent flying. The heavenly fiend Dharma body merely swayed without retreating a single step. However, Elder Ding staggered 3 steps back with a dark gaze and a grim expression. The power of an 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was so terrifying. Wielding a gigantic scythe in his hands, the heavenly fiend Dharma body glared at Elder Ding and growled deeply. Instantly, it exerted strength and charged forward. Demon, don't get cocky now. Not far away, Elder Zhong hollered and slapped the gigantic bronze bell viciously. Oam! A terrifying sound domain attack descended. The heavenly fiend Dharma body shuddered as though it had suffered a huge blow. It paused for a moment and its speed slowed down as well. The sound domain attack was extremely lethal, and even Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his ears. But soon, Sanskrit sounded in his consciousness and dissipated that power. Although Elder Zhong's expression was unchanged, a storm brewed in his heart. His sound domain secret skill was extremely terrifying. With the amplification of the gigantic bronze bell, the lethality of the sound domain attack was something that even conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand. To think that Desolate Marshal managed to endure it. Clang! Elder Zhong tossed the gigantic bronze bell over, and it collided against the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. This time round, Elder Zhong did not retreat. This did not mean that Elder Zhong was stronger than Elder Ding. It was because Elder Zhong had made use of a sound domain secret skill to affect the speed of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Even its power was dissipated significantly. Clang! 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 The heavenly fiend Dharma body raised its black scythe and clashed against elders Zhong and Ding. The heavenly fiend Dharma body was extremely strong. If the two elders were to separate, it would be difficult for either one to defend against the power of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. But now, elders Zhong and Ding had chemistry in their coordination. The moment anything happened to one party, the other party would send support swiftly so that the heavenly fiend Dharma body could not sustain its lethal attacks. With that, the heavenly fiend Dharma body was gradually disadvantaged. "Desolate Marshal," Elder Zhong hollered, "is that your trump card? Although 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic is strong, it's impossible for you to challenge Dragon Tiger sect with that Dharma characteristic." Bang! Bang! Both of them released their dharmic powers at the same time and clashed against the heavenly fiend Dharma body. The heavenly fiend Dharma body staggered a few steps in retreat. Su Zimo's lips curled, and he said in a shocking manner, "Since a single heaven and earth Dharma characteristic won't do, I'll summon two." Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. A phantom soared into the skies, bald and dressed in monk robes. It wielded prayer beads and had a lowered head. This Dharma characteristic was dignified, and its body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. "What? That's a second heaven and earth Dharma characteristic." Desolate Marshal managed to condense two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. The origin of that heaven and earth Dharma characteristic is not simple either. If I'm not wrong, that should be the legendary Rulai Dharmic body. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. Under countless gazes, the dignified Dharma characteristic grew continuously. 10 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic had grown to 80 feet. Furthermore, it showed no signs of stopping. 85 feet. Before long, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic grew to a height of 85 feet before truly stopping. An 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was enough to stir the entire cultivation world of the North region, let alone two. This heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was one of the strongest Dharma bodies of the Buddhist monasteries, the Rulai Dharmic body. The reason why Su Zimo was able to create the Rulai Dharmic body was mainly because of the Great Day Rulai Sutra. Of course, the reason why the Rulai Dharmic body could grow to such a level was also because of the close to 5,000 years of cultivation and comprehension in Buddhism. Two indomitable titans stood between the mountains of Dragon Tiger sect. One was violent and sharp. The other was calm as water. One was a Dharma characteristic of the Buddhist monasteries. One was a Dharma body of the fiend sections. Two completely different heaven and earth Dharma characteristics from different lineages were fighting side by side without any resistance. "Kill him." He pointed forward. Bang! Bang! The two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics moved at the same time. Their massive feet stomped on the ground, causing a stir. The reason why elders Zhong and Ding were able to force back the heavenly fiend Dharma body was because they had chemistry with one another, and it was 2 against 1. Now that the Rulai Dharmic body had joined the battlefield and separated elders Zhong and Ding, their advantage was gone. In less than 10 rounds, elders Zhong and Ding were fighting on their own and were already steadily losing ground. They could not stop the advancement of the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai Dharmic body at all. When the Rulai Dharmic body stood still, it lowered its head and looked neither sad nor joyful. It was calm and gentle. However, with a single thought from Su Zimo, the Rulai Dharmic body opened its eyes and let out 2 shuddering gazes. Enraged diamond gaze. That gaze caused Elder Zhong's courage to weaken, and he panicked. The Dharmic art that he had just conjured was gone. Clang! The Rulai Dermic body punched out and struck the gigantic bronze bell. It was like a gigantic stone pillar that struck the gigantic bronze bell. The bell rang sharply and suddenly exploded. Elder Zhong, who was the closest to the dermic weapon, was in an extremely terrible state. His ears were pierced by the sound domain attack released by his own dermic weapon, and blood gushed out. Chapter 1232 Slaying a Mighty Figure. Chapter 1232 Slaying a Mighty Figure. The gigantic bronze bell was sent flying by a single punch from the Rulai dermic body. It was extremely fast and carried a terrifying power as it smashed towards Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong did not have time to dodge and could only extend his arms as his blood chi surged to receive the gigantic bronze bell. Bang! He shuddered and his expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the Rulai dermic body was way too strong. The Rulai dermic body originated from the supreme mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Great Day Rulai Sutra. However, there were many Buddhist legacies condensed on the Dharma body. Apart from Daming Monastery and Phaho Monastery, there were also some ancient Buddhist legacies in the stone statue cemetery. The eyes of the Dragon Tiger sect cultivators were filled with endless shock and fear. Even when he had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his 85 feet heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was enough for him to reign supreme across the same cultivation realm and could even kill opponents that were major cultivation realms above him. But now, Desolate Marshal had formed 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. This was unprecedented. The psychological pressure was even more intense than the visual impact of the 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Many Dragon Tiger sect cultivators even harbored a thought that Desolate Marshal was invincible. Be it Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of the same cultivation realm or nascent souls and void reversions of the younger generation, all of them felt despair. 2 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics destroyed the mental defenses of the Dragon Tiger sect cultivators. Even Elders Zhong and Ding were feeling regret at the moment, let alone them. However, it was already too late for them to back down. It was too late for them to stop now. Kill! Churning their blood chi to their limits, the 2 elders roared. What are you guys waiting for? Before their sentence was finished, 2 figures suddenly flashed and sped toward Su Zimo with terrifying auras and shuddering, killing intent. Another 2 conjoint body mighty figures. That was the foundation of upper sects. Although there were no ancestor realm experts in the sect, there were close to 10 conjoint body mighty figures. That was how Dragon Tiger sect was able to become one of the upper sects of the North region and pass down their legacy for 10,000 years. Actually, the 2 conjoint body mighty figures had been hiding in the vicinity the entire time. However, they had not appeared. The 2 mighty figures were cautious by nature. Even though Su Zimo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, they did not underestimate him and were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they were waiting for the best opportunity. At that moment, even without the reminder of Elders Zhong and Ding, they would have attacked. The Rulai dermic body and Heavenly Fiend Dharma body had been lured away by Elders Zhong and Ding and were no longer by Su Zimo's side. At the current moment, Su Zimo was at his weakest. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, and his eyes flashed with mockery. His spirit consciousness was comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure and was augmented by his powerful spirit perception. Naturally, he had long sensed the existence of the 2 conjoint body mighty figures. Since he dared to have his Heavenly Fiend Dharma body and Rulai dermic body keep their distance from him to hunt down Elders Zhong and Ding, he naturally had powerful means to deal with other unforeseen circumstances. Nobody could imagine what level Su Zimo had reached after experiencing 5,000 years of consolidation in the Tao inheritance ground and advancing to the Dharma characteristic realm. His entirety was not just the two heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Of course, these were Su Zimo's trump cards, and he would not reveal them so easily. Furthermore, the combined attack of two conjoint body mighty figures was still not enough for him to release his third heaven and earth dharma characteristic. Turning slightly, Su Zimo closed two fingers on his left hand and conjured a sword art, slashing gently at the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect on the left. Chi! A blazing sword beam burst forth and created a vast expanse of white, almost slicing the void into two as it descended on the mighty figure's head instantly. Heaven slaying sword art! All the killing intent in the world seemed to have converged into the sword art at that moment. It was extremely sharp. After 5,000 years of deduction cultivation, Su Zimo's understanding of the heaven-slaying sword art had already reached greater mastery. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, the might of the sword art increased as well. As his comprehension of the heaven-slaying sword art deepened, the power of the sword chi that was released became even more terrifying. It was extremely sharp and seemed like it could destroy everything. The aura of that mighty figure was sliced into pieces by the sword chi. Ah! The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect exclaimed in shock and stopped in his tracks, summoning a defensive dermic weapon to defend himself. Clang! The heaven-slaying sword chi struck the dermic weapon. The sword chi vanished. A white streak appeared on the dermic weapon. All of a sudden, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect retreated rapidly and tossed away the dermic weapon in his hands. The moment the dermic weapon left his hand, it split into two and fell to the ground with a clean cut. It was sliced into two by a single sword chi. Trying to flee, Su Zimo shook his head gently and controlled his finger sword, slashing out once more. Compared to when he was at the void reversion or nascent soul realm, it was much easier for him to release the heaven-slaying sword chi now. No matter how fast the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect retreated, he could not be faster than the heaven-slaying sword chi. Whoosh! The mighty figure's reaction was extremely fast. He tore apart a talisman immediately and formed an indestructible barrier before continuing to escape. Snap! The sword chi entered the protection dermic barrier. The dermic barrier shattered instantly. It could not withstand the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. A flash of bloodlight appeared. The arm of the conjoint body mighty figure was sliced off by the heaven-slaying sword chi and blood splattered, dyeing half the skies red. This was the blood of a conjoint body mighty figure and contained boundless dermic powers. The power within a single drop of that blood was enough to kill a golden core. Ah! The mighty figure let out a tragic cry, and his face was pale. Channeling dermic powers under countless gazes, the muscles on the broken wound twitched, and a brand new arm grew rapidly. His arm was regrown. At the conjoint body realm, one could regrow their arms or legs even if they lost them. Destroying the body of a conjoint body mighty figure was extremely difficult. A series of exclamations sounded from the Mount-a-Gate. Cultivators of Dragon Tiger Sect have long heard about how conjoint body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs, but none of them had witnessed it personally. That was normal. At the conjoint body realm, one was almost at the peak of the cultivation world. How many people could sever the arm of a conjoint body mighty figure? This scene was like a miracle that truly shocked everyone. However, the cheers of the crowd did not stop, and an even more shocking scene happened. The moment that brand new arm was born, streaks of blood appeared on it. TSK! 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 It was as though endless sword chi were slicing through his arm. Poof! In the blink of an eye, the arm exploded and vanished once more. The heaven-slaying sword art was known as one of the three great ancient sword arts and possessed terrifying might that could destroy life. Although the conjoint body mighty figure merely lost an arm, his wound possessed a sharp edge that could destroy all life. It was impossible for him to regrow his arm against that sharpness. Ah! The conjoint body mighty figure endured the pain of losing an arm once more and could not help but cry out tragically, almost falling from midair. A severed arm was not a fatal injury to a conjoint body mighty figure. However, his arm was severed twice in succession, and his blood chi was drained severely as well. Before he could catch his breath, an intense sense of danger descended once more. A sword chi tore through the air and attacked, drowning his figure completely. A third heaven-slaying sword chi descended. This time round he could no longer dodge. Right in front of everyone, the conjoint body mighty figure was sliced into two by a white sword chi. The sword chi surged into his consciousness and minced his essence, spirit, instantly. A mighty figure was dead. Chapter 1233, Bow of Mighty Figures. Chapter 1233, Bow of Mighty Figures. The Chi Refinement Warriors, Foundation Establishment Cultivators, Golden Cores, and some other cultivators at the lowest rung looked at the scene in a daze. They were shocked and remained silent for a long time. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had never even seen a conjoint body mighty figure attack. This was the first time. But this time round, a conjoint body mighty figure that was insurmountable and beyond their reach had died right in front of them. This scene would be etched in the hearts of many cultivators forever and could not be erased. Conjoint body mighty figures could shake heaven and earth with a single move and had a long lifespan of 20,000 years. However, in the cruel cultivation world, conjoint body mighty figures were no different from them. They were equally fragile and would die with their essence, spirits, destroyed. 3 heaven-slaying sword chi killed a mighty figure. On the other side, the moment Su Zimo released the heaven-slaying sword chi, another conjoint body mighty figure had already arrived. Su Zimo did not even look at him. In his consciousness, the 54 green lotus seeds on the creation green lotus spewed out. Multicolored light spread and emitted a sharp sword chi as a green sword was rapidly formed. The green lotus sword. A green light flashed on Su Zimo's glabella, and the green lotus sword tore through his consciousness, slashing towards the conjoint body mighty figure. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Su Zimo did not test the other party and released his killing weapon right away. Desolate Marshal, you're a lunatic. When the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect sensed the terrifying aura on the green lotus sword, his expression changed starkly, and he could not help but curse as he conjured hand seals repeatedly and conjured an essence, spirit, secret skill. The green lotus sword targeted the essence spirit. Only essence, spirit, dermic weapons, or essence, spirit, secret skills could defend against it. Roar! Roar! When the essence, spirit, secret skill of the Dragon Tiger sect mighty figure was released, the void echoed with the roars of dragons and tigers. A divine dragon and a spirit tiger condensed from spirit consciousness charged out and attacked the green lotus sword viciously. Dragon tiger kill. Among the many essence, spirit, secret skills of the upper sects, the legacy of Dragon Tiger sect was definitely the top. In the blink of an eye, the green lotus sword and Dragon Tiger kill collided. The fight between essence spirits was silent. However, the collision of their spirit consciousnesses caused fine cracks to appear in the void. The green lotus sword dissipated and returned to Su Zimo's consciousness as 54 green lotus seeds, entering the creation lotus platform to continue nourishing it. However, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect shuddered and the blood drained from his face. His eyes dimmed and he looked dispirited. Although he managed to defend against the essence spirit fight, his essence spirit was severely injured. Notwithstanding the fact that it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future, his lifespan would also suffer immensely. Chi! A white sword Chi burst forth from Su Zimo's fingertip. The heaven-slaying sword Chi descended once more. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect had a horrified expression and instinctively wanted to condense dermic powers to defend. However, the moment his hands conjured a dermic art, his essence spirit felt a tearing pain and he nearly fainted. The dermic powers that he had just conjured dissipated instantly as well. His essence spirit could not even gather dermic powers. In a fight as such, a single mistake could lead to death on the spot, let alone someone like him. The sword Chi descended and pierced his head without any resistance. The eyes of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect widened and his expression stiffened. He fell from midair and his life force dissipated rapidly. He was already dead. Another mighty figure was dead. Su Zimo was in complete control of the situation. First was the fight between essence spirits before releasing the heaven-slaying sword Chi. He had already predicted every possible situation beforehand. It had been less than 10 breaths since the two conjoint body mighty figures appeared and died. To be fair, before entering the Tao inheritance ground, although the green lotus true body's body was indestructible and possessed treasures, such as the creation lotus platform and even the inheritance of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, it was still weaker in combat than the dragon true body. Furthermore, the green lotus true body had an obvious weakness. The power of its bloodline was relatively weaker. If it was closed in by a cultivator that possessed terrifying blood chi and specialized in melee combat, similar to the dragon true body, it would most likely be doomed. That was still a weakness for the green lotus true body even after it came forth from the Tao inheritance ground. However, it was nothing to him. The many dermic arts and methods of the green lotus true body could make up for that weakness limitlessly. Even if he were to fight against his dragon true body now, it was unknown who would win. Although the blood chi of the dragon true body was terrifying, it would most likely be blocked by the many powerful dermic arts and secret skills of the green lotus true body and could not close in. Both true bodies had grown to a terrifying degree. Initially, Su Zimo's two true bodies were his greatest reliance and trump cards. But now his martial Tao true body at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his prime body, was his greatest trump card. His prime body specialized in the martial Tao, and no one could guess how far it could progress in the future, not even him. On the battlefield, Elders Zhong and Ding tried their best to hold out against the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai dermic body, because they hoped that the other mighty figures of Dragon Tiger Sect would be able to succeed. When they saw two mighty figures die in succession, the hearts of Elders Zhong and Ding sank as well. It was over. Dragon Tiger Sect was finished. Elders Zhong and Ding finally realized that Dragon Tiger Sect's foundation of more than 10,000 years was still unable to defend against this monster incarnate and was about to be trampled to pieces. Bang! Bang! There were two loud bangs. The bodies of Elders Zhong and Ding were slammed heavily into Dragon Tiger Peak by the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai dermic body. Both of them looked extremely wretched with their clothes torn. Their destiny dermic weapons, the gigantic bronze bell and dark gold tripod, were no longer glowing and cracks appeared on them. Two dermic weapons were shattered by Su Zimo's two heaven and earth dharma characteristics. The figures of Elders Zhong and Ding were embedded into Dragon Tiger, peak motionlessly. The heavenly fiend Dharma body looked at the two of them with a cold gaze and waved its arm gently. The heavenly fiend scythe drew a cold beam of light in midair and pierced their throats. Poof! Blood gushed out. Two heads flew into the air before rolling back into the forest. Elders Zhong and Ding were dead. The entire Dragon Tiger Sect was silent. for conjoint body mighty figures were dead. Many Dragon Tiger sect cultivators looked at the skinny figure in midair with endless fear in their eyes. Tao Lord Luo Hua's expression was dark and his eyelids twitched. Even his hands were trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, he finally felt regret. However, it was too late. He looked at 3 secluded cave abodes of Dragon Tiger Peak in despair with a hint of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. There were still 3 grand elders of the sect in those cave abodes. If the 3 of them were to join forces, would it be? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he heard Su Zimo saying indifferently, "The 3 of you have been watching for so long. Aren't you going to come out?" Ugh! A deep sigh sounded, filled with fatigue and helplessness. Bang! Boom! Boom! The doors of the 3 cave abodes opened. 3 mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect appeared. "Greetings, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal." 3 mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect appeared and bowed their heads, merely saying that single sentence. None of them had any intention of attacking. Tao Lord Luo Hua was in complete despair. Even mighty figures were bowing down. Chapter 1234. Chapter 1234. Luo Hua's Death. The cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect looked at everything in silence. When the 3 grand elders greeted Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, it meant that the battle was over. The 3 grand elders were all conjoint body mighty figures. But now these mighty figures that stood at the peak of the cultivation world had retracted the pride in their hearts to bow down to Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Su Zimo glanced sideways at the 3 conjoint body mighty figures and asked indifferently, "Why? You're not fighting anymore." The 3 grand elders smiled bitterly with conflicted expressions. Tao Lord Luo Hua, who was standing on Dragon Tiger Peak, was indignant as a crazy thought flashed through his mind. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, "Elders, Desolate Marshals, Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic can't hold on for much longer. If you guys join forces, you'll definitely be able to kill him." After a huge battle, the light of the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai Dharmic body had indeed dimmed significantly and were no longer corporeal. However, none of the 3 grand elders replied. It did seem like an opportunity. However, the 3 of them did not dare to take the gamble. If they lost, all their years of cultivation would vanish overnight. They could not afford to lose. If they showed weakness now, the 3 of them and the other cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect might still be able to survive. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. The Grand Elder in the middle cupped his fists. "We've heard about your experiences and encounters. Those are indeed crimes of Dragon Tiger sect, and we can't refute them. Since that's the case, Dragon Tiger sect shall disband today." Su Zimo waved his hand and said calmly. However, his words were enough to shock the entire cultivation world of the North region. Dragon Tiger sect was one of the 10 upper sects of the North region and had a legacy of more than 10,000 years. It stood strong despite countless calamities. To think that it would end today. The 3 grand elders sighed internally, realizing that there was no room for negotiation. The grand elder on the left said in a deep voice, "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, Luo Hua's crime is unforgivable. However, this has nothing to do with the other cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. From what I know, some elders in the sect even tried to dissuade Luo Hua, but he merely rejected them." After a brief pause, the Grand Elder grit his teeth and shouted, "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please show mercy and not implicate the other innocent cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. Please." A conjoint body mighty figure was actually pleading to a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The other 2 grand elders cupped their fists at the same time. "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please show mercy." 3 conjoint body mighty figures were pleading for mercy at the same time. If news of this were to spread to the cultivation world, it would definitely cause an uproar. Su Zimo remained silent, and no one could read his thoughts. The world was silent. The air seemed to have frozen. At that moment, everyone from Dragon Tiger sect felt their hearts skip a beat. They did not know of Desolate Marshall's decision. If Dao Lord Desolate Marshall was prepared to start a massacre, although they had the advantage in numbers, they would definitely not be able to defend against him. Their fates would be decided by Desolate Marshall's next sentence. The three conjoint body mighty figures were tense as well. Under normal circumstances, the safest method in the cultivation world was to eliminate the root of the problem. After all, if Dragon Tiger sect were to disperse today, and so many cultivators of it were to leave, it was hard to guarantee that someone would not obtain a great opportunity in the future and rise against the tides to take revenge. However, the person before them was Dao Lord Desolate Marshall. Although they were in seclusion most of the time, they had vaguely heard some legends about him. The matter of Desolate Marshall establishing a Dao and imparting martial arts to all living beings shocked and charmed the three of them. Desolate Marshall was not a bloodthirsty person. Perhaps the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect still had a chance of survival. Actually, there's no need for that. After a moment, Su Zimo spoke slowly, his tone still calm. Su Zimo pointed at the corpses of the fallen mighty figures. I'm only here today to kill Luo Hua. If those people didn't stand in my way, I wouldn't have killed them either. Swoosh! The cultivators heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Since Dao Lord Desolate Marshall said that their lives were safe. Thank you for showing mercy, Dao Lord Desolate Marshall. The three Grand Elders were delighted and expressed their thanks with cupped fists. Su Zimo glanced at the three Grand Elders and declared proudly, as though he could read their minds, since I dare to let you off, I'm not afraid of you taking revenge. The cultivators were shocked. He let them go because he was not afraid of them taking revenge. Such boldness. That single statement alone caused the three Grand Elders to lose all thoughts of resisting. Boom! With a single step, Su Zimo descended on Dragon Tiger Peak. Dao Lord Luo Hua wanted to struggle and fight to the death, but Su Zimo extended his hand and suppressed him with immense dermic powers, grabbing him over. He lifted Dao Lord Luo Hua by the throat and looked down at the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. Listen up, the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect, Dao Lord Luo Hua, was killed by me. Dragon Tiger sect was also disbanded because of me. If anyone wants revenge in the future, feel free to come look for me. After a brief pause, Su Zimo changed the topic and said darkly, However, if you come looking for revenge, you'll end up the same way as him. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's palm trembled and crushed Dao Lord Luo Hua's essence, spirit, instantly. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect was dead. The cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect kept mum out of fear and did not even dare to breathe heavily. Every cultivator's eyes were filled with fear. That fear would be etched in the depths of their hearts forever. Perhaps one day, among these cultivators, some would advance to the Dharma characteristic realm, while others would advance to the conjoint body realm, allowing them to dominate a place and suppress countless strong foes. However, they would still not dare to attack Su Zimo. The green figure stood on Dragon Tiger Peak like an untouchable existence that they could only look up to. The rest of you can leave. Su Zimo looked down at the group of cultivators and waved his hand gently. After a momentary silence, the group of cultivators seemed to have realized something and moved one after another, speeding out of the sect. Sword lights and auspicious clouds streaked through the air. None of the cultivators dared to linger. In less than half an hour, apart from Su Zimo, Monkey, and the others, the only ones left in the sect were the three Grand Elders of Dragon Tiger sect. The three Grand Elders looked at Dragon Tiger sect and every inch of ground beneath their feet, and sighed deeply. They had cultivated in Dragon Tiger sect for thousands of years. Now that they were about to leave, they were still reluctant. Su Zimo did not rush them either. A long time later, the three of them composed themselves and bowed towards Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, once more before turning to leave. All three of them were clear that from this day forth, the situation in the North region would change entirely. There were many cultivators lingering outside the mountain gate of Dragon Tiger sect, most of them from the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region. All of them were awaiting the final outcome of this battle. Before long, the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect left. Almost all the cultivators that rushed forward to ask received the same answer. Tao, Lord Luohua, was dead. Dragon Tiger sect was disbanded and removed from the North region. The cultivators were shocked and hurriedly tore the messenger cranes that they had prepared. The news spread rapidly and continuously in the cultivation world of the North region, forming a powerful storm that swept through the upper sects and aristocratic families. Chapter 1235 Greetings from the World. Chapter 1235 Greetings from the World. Dark Ghost Sect. Within the ghastly hall, a spirit messenger crane flew in. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect received the spirit crane, and a piece of news entered his mind instantly. Right away, his expression froze, and he remained silent for a long time. Sect Master, is it news from Dragon Tiger sect? A few elders surrounded him and asked anxiously. The Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect nodded. What did it say? When the elders saw the terrible expression on the Sect Master's face, they knew that something was amiss, but they could not help but ask. Luo Hua was executed and Dragon Tiger sect is gone. The Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect spoke a single sentence after a long silence. Gone. The elders were shocked and asked again, why is it gone? Dragon Tiger sect has a history of 10,000 years, and there should be a few conjoint body mighty figures in the sect. 4 conjoint body mighty figures tried to stop Desolate Marshal, but they were all killed by him. The Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect replied. Ah! The elders exclaimed. For conjoint body mighty figures were dead. Furthermore, they died in the hands of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Blood Mist Sect. What did you say? An elder exclaimed in shock. Desolate Marshal has actually conjured 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, and are both 85 feet tall. The Sect Master of Blood, Mist Sect, nodded with a dark expression. 85 feet, 2 of them. The elder murmured softly, Desolate Marshal has just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. Once he cultivates to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, who can suppress him? There already aren't many people who can suppress him now. The Sect Master of Blood, Mist Sect, laughed bitterly. 4 conjoint body mighty figures of Dragon Tiger Sect wanted to stop him, but they were all killed by him. Even the 3 remaining conjoint body mighty figures bowed down to him. Yuan Clan. The Yuan Clan's master had a dark expression as he sat in the main hall of the clan. Many cultivators were gathered in the main hall, forming a dark atmosphere. I long expected that Desolate Marshal would become extremely terrifying after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. The Yuan Clan's master grit his teeth. However, to think that this lad would have grown to such an extent. Ugh! Some elders in the clan shook their heads and sighed. Including the remaining 9 upper sects of the North region, our 4 gentry clans, and even the 2 ancient aristocratic families, there's probably no one who can suppress Desolate Marshal. Unless Glass Palace makes a move. Don't forget, Desolate Marshal has a Mahayana patriarch backing him. I don't think Glass Palace will attack Desolate Marshal at this time either. Desolate Marshal is just a young lad. Could it be that after today he will reign supreme in the North region? That will probably be the case. The clan discussed. The Yuan clan's master waved his hand. Elders, follow me. We'll head to Dragon Tiger sect to meet Desolate Marshal. Family master. The cultivators in the clan were shocked and exclaimed. This decision meant that the Yuan clan had bowed down to Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal. Back when Desolate Marshal was ambushed by 6 conjoint body mighty figures in the capital of Yen country, one of the conjoint body mighty figures was from the Yuan clan. Desolate Marshal had yet to express anything regarding this matter. The situation was pressing, and the Yuan clan could only bow down first. If Desolate Marshal were to come knocking, it was hard to guarantee that the Yuan clan would not be destroyed and wiped out of the North region like Dragon Tiger sect. The Yuan clan's master had an indignant expression, but still said, Desolate Marshal has entered the Dharma characteristic realm and destroyed Dragon Tiger sect. The situation is already set in stone, and we can only bow our heads. The cultivators in the clan were silent. Stellar Luna sect. Our sect master is wise. Many elders praised in unison with shocked expressions. Previously, the sect master of Stellar Luna sect determined that Dragon Tiger sect would be removed from the North region after this battle. At that time, many elders refuted the statement. To think that the outcome of Dragon Tiger sect would be as the sect master of Stellar Luna sect expected. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect heaved a sigh of relief. I'm sure all the elders want to witness the grandeur of Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal. Why don't you follow me? Are you going to pay a personal visit to Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal, sect master? An elder frowned slightly. You're the master of a sect, after all. Isn't that a little inappropriate? That should be the case. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect shook his head. Desolate Marshal has entered the Dharma characteristic realm and reigns supreme across the entire North region. His status is even above mine. The only way I can express sincerity is through a personal visit. Pausing for a moment, he smiled gently. The upper sects, such as Dark Ghost Sect, are feeling even more uneasy now. I'm guessing that their sect masters will head to Dragon Tiger sect as well. All the upper sects, gentry clans, and aristocratic families of the North region made a move in unison. Sect and clan masters came forth at the same time to head to Dragon Tiger sect. Although Dragon Tiger sect was now a thing of the past after the battle, its mountain gate was still around. Before long, Tao Yao, Nian Qi, and the others had already cleaned up the vicinity of the sect and some corpses. Monkey and the others had long been scurrying around the entrance of Dragon Tiger sect curiously. The elixir refinement chamber, Dermic weapon chamber, and everyone else. They stuffed everything good they saw into their storage bags. I'm always getting the best gains when I'm with first. The spirit tiger smiled sheepishly and grabbed a bottle of elixirs, pouring everything into his mouth. He chewed casually before swallowing. Burping, he spat out a stream of spirit chi. Restrain yourself. Ching Ching could not help but kick the spirit tiger as she scolded jokingly, Don't overload! It's fine. The spirit tiger grinned. Don't you see, Brother Monkey? He found a pool of wine out of nowhere, and he's now lying dead drunk inside. In the hall, Su Zimo had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and experienced another battle. Rubbing his glabella gently, he closed his eyes and stabilized his cultivation realm to comprehend the power of the Dharma characteristic realm. Young master, what are we still doing here? Tao Yao was curious and could not help but ask. Su Zimo did not open his eyes when he heard Tao Yao's question. We're waiting for people. Oh. Tao Yao blinked and nodded, not fully understanding. Young master, cultivate and rest first. I won't disturb you. He was sensible and did not continue asking, merely bowing to bid farewell. Outside the hall, Nian Qi was standing guard. Sister Nian Qi, young master is tired. Let's not disturb him first, Tao Yao said seriously. Nian Qi smiled and nodded. Tao Yao stumbled to the entrance of the sect and stood guard there. His young master was resting and must not be disturbed. He had to stop any fiend, demon, cultivators from entering. That was what Tao Yao thought. The next morning, Tao Yao was resting when he heard the sound of flying swords tearing through the air. Far away, clouds rumbled and spirit vessels tore through the air one after another. Many auspicious clouds sped forward with many cultivators standing on them in a black patch. They had a terrifying aura and dust billowed as they charged towards Dragon Tiger Sect. Tao Yao's expression froze, and he perked up. These people are hostile. I can't let them barge into Dragon Tiger Sect and disturb young master. He thought to himself. Chapter 1236, Tao Child. Chapter 1236, Tao Child. The first to arrive at Dragon Tiger Sect were the cultivators of the Dark Ghost Sect. The moment they arrived, everyone from Dark Ghost Sect caught sight of a boy standing at the entrance of Dragon Tiger Sect. With a stern expression, he blocked their path forward. You're not allowed to barge in here. Please make a detour, Tao Yao declared. How did this child appear out of nowhere in this forest? Many cultivators of Dark Ghost Sect had never seen Tao Yao before. Look carefully, this is not a child, but a spirit that has turned into a fiend demon. The person who spoke was Dao, Lord Black Leather, who had headed to Pingyang Town previously. He whispered to the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect, Sect Master, this boy protected Dao, Lord Desolate, Marshal outside Pingyang Town, and did a great deed. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect nodded and smiled at Tao Yao. I'm the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect, and I'm here to visit Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal. Could I trouble you to inform him? Not now. He's still resting. Tao Yao shook his head and rejected without thinking. The expression of the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect darkened. No matter what, as a sect master with a noble status, it did not make sense for him to be rejected by a boy at the entrance when he was here to visit personally. However, he was extremely scheming and did not flare up. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect laughed still and asked, May I know how long your young master will be resting? I don't know. Tao Yao shook his head. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect frowned. A Dharma characteristic, Dao, Lord at the side, could not stand it and stood out, harumphing coldly. Kid, Dark Ghost Sect is an upper sect of the North region. Who do you think you are? How dare you make the decision on your own? If we ask you to report it, head over quickly. Don't waste time. So what if you're an upper sect? Tao Yao pouted. Dragon Tiger Sect was an upper sect as well, but they were still destroyed by our young master. You. The Dharma characteristic, Dao, Lord, was speechless for a moment and was enraged. He said coldly, What a glib tongue you have. I'll punish you on behalf of your young master today. You want to fight? Tao Yao was instantly on guard as he glared at everyone from Dark Ghost Sect. Back down. Right then, the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect hollered with a dark expression. Sect master, he's just a child. Scram! Don't come out and embarrass yourself. The Dharma characteristic, Dao, Lord, wanted to argue, but was lambasted by the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect. With an embarrassed expression, he retreated. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect took a deep breath and turned around. The gloominess on his face dissipated significantly as he revealed a smile. It's fine. Since Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal, is resting, we'll wait outside here. Once your young master is awake, can I trouble you to inform him? The Dark Ghost Sect cultivators were stunned. Their sect master had a dark temperament and had never smiled before, let alone speak with such a gentle tone. Of course. Tao Yao nodded and did not reject the request. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect chuckled dryly and waved his hand, retreating with a group of cultivators to rest outside Dragon Tiger Sect. Sect master, if Desolate Marshal were to rest for half a month, would we have to wait here for so long as well? Isn't Desolate Marshal way too cocky? Sect master, we can give Desolate Marshal some face, but there's no need for us to show weakness to a mere child. Many cultivators of Dark Ghost Sect were indignant. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect shook his head gently. I heard that this child is extremely close to Desolate Marshal and must not be provoked. Once the Tao is obtained, even fowls and dogs can ascend to the heavens, let alone the Tao child of Desolate Marshal. Before long, cultivators of Blood Mist Sect arrived at the entrance of Dragon Tiger Sect, but were similarly rejected by Tao Yao. Similar to the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect, the sect master of Blood Mist Sect did not barge in and retreated after chatting for a while. Dragon Tiger Sect was destroyed the moment they barged into Pingyang Town. None of them dared to attempt the same. Before long, cultivators of Seven Kills Sect and Yuan Clan arrived at Dragon Tiger Sect as well. Similar to Dark Ghost Sect and Blood Mist Sect, the sect masters of Seven Kills Sect and Yuan Clan were not angered after Tao Yao rejected them. Instead, they chose to wait outside the sect. Before noon, half of the 10 upper sects of the North region had arrived. 3 of the 4 gentry clans had arrived as well. The masters of both aristocratic families had arrived. These upper sect masters and aristocratic family masters were existences that would cause a stir in the North region with a single stomp of their feet. Yet they were waiting obediently outside the Dragon Tiger Sect right now. Although the upper sect masters and aristocratic family masters were given the cold shoulder and exchanged glances, all of them had a tacit understanding and none of them mocked the other. Almost all of them had offended Su Zimo in the past. Now that Su Zimo had entered the Dharma characteristic realm and destroyed Dragon Tiger Sect, the situation was set in stone. In order to resolve their past grudges, they could only pay a personal visit. Noon had just passed. Stellar Luna Sect, Morong aristocratic family, and other sects and factions had arrived as well. All the upper sects and aristocratic families of the cultivation world of the North region were gathered outside Dragon Tiger Sect. Even in the ancient era, there shouldn't be any Dharma characteristic Tao Lord that had the entire world paying respects the moment they entered the Dharma characteristic realm, right? The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect lamented. That's right, an elder at the side said. However, this is quite a bit of pressure for Desolate Marshal as well. After all, he's facing almost the entire cultivation world of the North region. That's right. No matter how strong Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is and how he can flatten Dragon Tiger Sect, there's no way he can go against all the 9 upper sects, for gentry clans and 2 aristocratic families. This gathering of warriors from all over is a test for Tao Lord Desolate Marshal as well. Let's see how he reacts. Many elders of Stellar Luna Sect discussed softly. Right then, a calm voice sounded from Dragon Tiger Sect. When it entered the ears of the cultivators outside the sect, it was neither loud nor soft, but extremely clear. Everyone, it's been a long wait. Come on in. The initial clamor outside the sect quietened down. Tao Yao was invigorated and declared, "Young master is awake. Follow me." The group of them heaved a sigh of relief. Under Tao Yao's lead, the group of cultivators entered Dragon Tiger Sect and headed straight for the palace on Dragon Tiger Peak. The palace of Dragon Tiger Sect was extremely huge and could accommodate tens of thousands of people with ease. The moment the cultivators entered, they looked up instinctively and shuddered with shock in their eyes. At that moment, a green-robed cultivator sat in the main hall. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes were deep, emanating a powerful aura as though he was one with the world. Tao Yao had already returned to his spot and was standing side by side with Nian Qi behind the green-robed cultivator. Both of them looked young and were like a pair of Dao children, standing guard beside the green-robed cultivator. The cultivators were stunned when they saw that. Legend has it that behind some immortals in the immortal world, there were male and female Dao children that cultivated the Dao, known as the Golden Couple. This scene was extremely similar to the legends of the immortal world. What sort of characters were the leaders of the 9 upper sects for gentry clans and 2 aristocratic families? Once gathered, they would naturally form a powerful aura. But now that they entered the hall, they were suppressed by the aura of the green-robed cultivator and lowered their heads instinctively, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 1237, Killing in Public. Chapter 1237, Killing in Public. That's Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Many cultivators thought to themselves. Although they had never seen Su Zimo before, they felt that only such a powerful aura was worthy of Desolate Marshal's Dao title. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect and everyone else who had seen Su Zimo before lamented internally. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal had transformed to such a state after merely 10 years. This was not merely an increase in his cultivation realm. It was an indescribable feeling. More than 10 years ago, Su Zimo was lauded as the strongest monster incarnate in history and killed many titular disciples, gaining fame in Tianhuang mainland. He was even reborn after a single attack from a half-martial ancestor. However, at that time, Stellar Luna Sect and the others still looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a junior. But now, there was a sense of vicissitude and pressure emanating from Su Zimo. In front of him, everyone from Stellar Luna Sect felt a sense of pressure. Congratulations on entering the Dharma characteristic realm, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. After a long silence, the Murong family's master was the first to step forward and say gently, "Of course, I would like to congratulate you on establishing the martial Dao and bringing blessings to the masses as well. Back when I parted ways with you, I told you that I would personally pay a visit to congratulate you if you can establish your martial Dao. Today, I'm fulfilling my promise." The Murong family's master was a beautiful middle-aged lady. She looked to be in her 30s and had a voluptuous figure. Her words and actions were elegant and dignified, while her voice was gentle and beautiful, sounding like a spring breeze. "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Murong." Su Zimo smiled gently and nodded. "Take a seat." The hall was extremely empty. At that moment, Tao Yao walked down the steps upon Su Zimo's orders and took out a chair from his storage bag, placing it beside the Murong family's master. "Please." Tao Yao made an inviting gesture. "Thank you, Dao child." The Murong family's master smiled and sat down. The other cultivators of the Murong family were naturally not qualified to sit in the main hall and stood behind the Murong family's master. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect laughed and stood out, bowing slightly. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. Congratulations on entering the Dharma characteristic realm and imparting martial arts to all living beings." "Well said." Su Zimo nodded. "Take a seat." Tao Yao took out another chair from his storage bag and placed it beside the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect heaved a sigh of relief. More than 10 years ago, after the battle at the Palace of Yin Country, he told Su Zimo that he would forget about the feud between Su Zimo and Stellar Luna Sect. In the battle outside Pingyang Town thereafter, no cultivators from Stellar Luna Sect took part in it either. From the looks of it, those 2 decisions were made correctly. The Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley, cupped his fists and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, To think that something like imparting martial arts to all living beings would be done by you. It's nothing much for you to enter the Dharma characteristic realm, but it's definitely worth bragging about creating the martial Tao. No problem. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. Valley Master, why don't you stay here today? There's a wine pool in Dragon Tiger Sect, and the wine inside is fragrant. You can drink to your heart's content. Good, good, good. The Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley's eyes lit up as he said hurriedly, since fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal has said that, I won't decline. Although I've drunk the good wine of Dragon Tiger Sect before, I've never had my fill of it. I can finally drink to my heart's content today. Take a seat. Su Zimo gestured with a nod. Tao Yao arrived beside the Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley, and moved out a seat. Thank you. The Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley laughed and sat down comfortably. Initially, the atmosphere in the hall was a little tense, but now the atmosphere was much livelier after that exchange. Many cultivators were relieved as well. Cultivators from other sects such as Dark Ghost Sect, Seven Kills Sect, and Blood Mist Sect thought to themselves, legend has it that Desolate Marshal is decisive in killing like a fiend. Now that I think about it, he seems rather easygoing. Master, you're worrying too much. Tao Lord Black Leather sent a voice transmission as well. Seems like Desolate Marshal is smart and has no intention of offending us. The Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect said nothing. Actually, the current situation did not prove anything. Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, and the Morong family did not have any deep feuds with Su Zimo to begin with. However, it was different for them. More than 10 years ago, they sent a conjoint body mighty figure of their sect to kill Desolate Marshal. A few days ago, outside Pingyang Town, their cultivators even arrived nearby to covet Desolate Marshal's belongings. That was a huge taboo. As the Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect hesitated, Seven Kills Sect stood out. Similar to the Sect Master of Stellar Luna Sect, the Sect Master of Seven Kills Sect revealed a smile and cupped his fists. Congratulations on entering the Dharma characteristic realm, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. You have established the martial Tao, and it's a blessing for all living beings. This is an eternal achievement. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo should accord this person a seat right now. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was expressionless and merely looked at the Sect Master of Seven Kills Sect in silence, leaving him there. The smile on the face of the Sect Master of Seven Kills Sect froze. The group of cultivators had just relaxed when they suddenly felt a sense of trepidation, as though a calamity was about to descend upon them. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned tense. Back then, one of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures that encircled Su Zimo was from Seven Kills Sect. There were also cultivators of Seven Kills Sect outside Pingyang Town. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, The Sect Master of Seven Kills Sect looked awkward. Just as he was about to continue, Su Zimo retracted his gaze and turned to look at the Sect Master of Heaven Motion Sect, who was not far away. It's been more than 10 years. How have you been, Sect Master? Su Zimo smiled gently. More than 10 years ago, the Sect Master of Heaven Motion Sect promised him that he would write off his feud with Su Zimo from then on and would not cause trouble for the latter. Later on, Heaven Motion Sect fulfilled their promise and did not send any cultivators to Pingyang Town. The Sect Master of Heaven Motion Sect froze for a moment and even felt flattered, saying hurriedly, "You're welcome, fellow Taoist. Take a seat." Su Zimo nodded. Tao Yao moved a chair and placed it beside the Sect Master of Heaven Motion Sect. The Sect Master of Seven Kills Sect stood at the side and could neither advance nor retreat. His face flushed red and purple as he felt a burning sensation, a clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. 2 words flashed through the Sect Master of Stellar Luna Sect's mind. Su Zimo's attitude towards them was completely different from his attitude towards the sect master of Seven Kills sect. Although they were all here with the intention of befriending Su Zimo, it was most likely going to be fruitless for Dark Ghost sect, Seven Kills sect, and the other sects. Desolate Marshal, what's the meaning of this? An elder of Seven Kills sect could not hold it in any longer and stood out. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said coldly, "Our sect master is here personally to extend his congratulations. How can we allow a young kid like you to humiliate us?" Su Zimo's expression turned cold and his gaze intensified. "You want to kill me?" The Seven Kills sect elder was alarmed. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be so domineering as to kill in public in front of so many sects and factions. In a moment of distraction, the heaven-slaying sword Qi crossed the void and entered his head. Poof! The Seven Kills sect elder was sliced into two and died on the spot. Chapter 1238 Unreasonable Demand. Chapter 1238 Unreasonable Demand. Decisive to kill. Who would have thought that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was still chatting idly earlier on and would kill in the blink of an eye? It was only at this moment that the crowd realized how strong Su Zimo was. The sect master of Seven Kills sect stood at the side and could not react in time as he watched the elder beside him die on the spot. At that moment, what he felt was not anger but fear. The white sword Qi brushed past him. Even he could not react to it, let alone the elder beside him. In other words, if the sword Qi were to slash at him, he would be a dead man. Unknowingly, the sect master of Seven Kills sect broke out in cold sweat. However, due to his identity, he pretended to be calm but could not say anything. Although the massive palace was filled with cultivators from the 9 upper sects, for gentry clans and 2 aristocratic families, none of them dared to speak. Everyone kept mum out of fear. That single sword strike shocked all the cultivators present. The sect masters of Stellar Luna sect, Blaze, Columbus Valley, and the other upper sects were already seated and were naturally watching coldly by the sidelines. As for the sect masters of Dark Ghost sect, Blood Mist sect, and the other upper sects, they exchanged glances. Although they were displeased, they could not say anything. Firstly, they feared Su Zimo's methods. They were certain that if they stood out right now, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal would definitely dare to kill without any reservations. Secondly, since the sect master of Seven Kills sect did not say anything, there was no need for them to go against Su Zimo because of this. In less than 10 minutes since the upper sects and aristocratic families entered the hall, Su Zimo had complete control of the situation. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he continued conversing with the sect masters of the other upper sects, instructing Tao Yao to take a seat for a few sect masters and family masters. Before long, some upper sect masters and aristocratic family masters took their seats. However, the sect masters of 4 upper sects and the family master of 1 gentry clan were left waiting by Su Zimo without giving any orders for their seats. Dark Ghost sect, Seven Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and the Yuan clan. Many cultivators understood instantly, including Dragon Tiger sect. These 6 major sects had once sent conjoint body mighty figures to kill Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Furthermore, all 5 of them had once headed to Pingyang Town for Desolate Marshal's belongings. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had no intention of becoming enemies with all the upper sects and aristocratic families. These were his only targets. Most of the upper sect masters sat in their seats. However, the sect masters of Dark Ghost sect and Seven Kills sect stood in the main hall in a striking manner. The sect master of Dark Ghost sect and the others were uneasy, but they forced themselves to remain calm. Su Zimo did not even look at them and merely conversed merrily with the other sect masters and family masters of the upper sects and aristocratic families. He spoke of all sorts of interesting cultivation and ancient legends. They seemed to have been forgotten and were left at the spot, unable to advance or retreat. All of them were the masters of their respective upper sects and families. In the cultivation world of the North region, they had noble statuses and were revered everywhere they went. But now they had to endure such humiliation. Every single breath they remained in the hall was a torture for them. Even so, they did not dare to flick their sleeves and leave. At the very least, from the looks of it, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, given Desolate Marshal's temperament, he would have attacked long ago instead of dragging things out. However, they did not know if Desolate Marshal would kill them if they left now. None of them dared to attempt and take the risk. The situation was pressing, and the 5 of them could only endure. A long time later, Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards the 5 of them. Dark Ghost Sect, 7 Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and Yuan Clan. Su Zimo asked indifferently, "Do you know your crimes?" His voice was neither fast nor slow. However, there was a tremendous pressure that made the 5 sect masters feel suffocated. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect grit his teeth and braced himself before shouting, "I don't know how we offended you, Tao Lord. Please explain." The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult said in a deep voice as well, "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, Exalted Master Lang Yu, who tried to kill you more than 10 years ago, had already announced his departure from Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. His actions have nothing to do with our sect. He must not admit to something like that. The moment he admitted it, it would be used against him. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal would have an absolute reason to kill them here." Furthermore, that was the truth. Back then, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures had already announced that they were leaving the sect in advance because they were worried about implicating the sect. If Dark Ghost Sect, 7 Kills Sect, and the other upper sects insisted that they had nothing to do with this matter, nobody would have any proof. "Oh." Su Zimo replied indifferently and did not get entangled with them on this matter. He continued to ask, "A few days ago, cultivators from your sects were stationed outside Pingyang town. What were you guys up to? At that time, we believed that you would definitely be able to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm. Therefore, we sent cultivators over to congratulate you." The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect and the others had long prepared excuses. Of course, that reason was filled with loopholes and could only be used as a momentary defense right now. They could not possibly tell Su Zimo that the cultivators of the sects were heading to Pingyang town to steal his treasures after he was dead. None of them would survive if he said that. "Oh." Su Zimo nodded. "Very good." Although Su Zimo looked so calm, the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. "In that case, you guys did nothing wrong. I was the one who was overthinking." Su Zimo murmured softly, and a white sword chi gradually formed on his fingertip, emitting an extremely sharp aura. Pissed, the pupils of the 5 men constricted and they gasped. At that moment, they felt the aura of death. Not good. Desolate Marshal wanted to kill. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was scared out of his wits and blurted, "I'm guilty. I'm guilty." "Oh." Su Zimo smiled. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult felt his mind race as he gulped. "No matter what, Exalted Master Lang Yu was a mighty figure of my cult. We have an undeniable responsibility. Right, what should we do then?" Su Zimo asked with a friendly smile. "I am willing to compensate you, Tao Lord." Pausing for a moment, the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult grit his teeth and said, "I'll compensate you with a perfect grade Tao Lord Dermic weapon." Su Zimo retracted his smile. More than 10 years ago, Exalted Master Lang Yu nearly killed me. Sect Master, do you mean that my life is only worth a perfect grade Tao, Lord Dermic weapon? And no. The Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine, cult panicked and cold, sweat poured down his forehead. We'll hand over another 100 grade 6 elixirs and Tao, Lord Dermic weapons. Grade 6 elixirs were elixirs that only Dharma characteristic Tao lords could consume. They were extremely powerful and difficult to refine. Each elixir was precious. The fact that the Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine cult was willing to produce 100 of them was proof of his sincerity. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he shook his head. 1,000 grade 6 elixirs and 1,000 Tao, Lord Dermic weapons, above superior grade. 10,000 tons of spirit stones as well. Even the Sect Master of Stellar Lunasect and the others were shocked, let alone the Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine cult. This was truly an unreasonable demand. Chapter 1239. Letter from the Middle Continent. Chapter 1239. Letter from the Middle Continent. Tao Lord, 100 grade 6 elixirs and 100 Tao Lord Dermic weapons are already our limit. The Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine cult lamented internally and could not help but say, I really can't afford 1,000 grade 6 elixirs and 1,000 superior grade Tao Lord Dermic weapons. Su Zimo said, It's fine if you can't afford it. You can use spirit herbs, immortal fruits, and universal treasures as a replacement. Xiaoning said at the right time from the side, Spirit herbs such as the yellow dragon heaven grass, dark bamboo, 10,000-year lingji, silver light fruit, true essence lotus, and skanda fruit will do as well. She was an elixir refinement grandmaster to begin with and naturally knew the ingredients required for grade 6 elixirs instantly. Su Zimo said, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult and Dragon Tiger Sect are both upper sections. With their 10,000-year foundation, Dragon Tiger Sect has way more than that. Are you sure Mystic Firmament Divine Cult can afford it? The Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was on the verge of tears. Although Mystic Firmament Divine Cult could afford it, it would definitely be a huge blow. That single move would cost half of their foundation that was passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was too ruthless. The Sect Master of Stellar Lunasect and the others were equally shocked. With that, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult would definitely suffer great losses. It would take at least 10,000 years for them to recover. Suddenly, the Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect spoke. If our sect hands over those items, our grudge with you will naturally call it even. Su Zimo replied indifferently, As long as you guys don't provoke me in the future, I won't cause trouble for you guys either. All right. The Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect nodded. With that promise, we'll give it our all. It'll be our congratulatory gift for fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal's advancement to the Dharma characteristic realm. With the Sect Master of Dark Ghost Sect making the first move, 7 Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, and Yuan Clan agreed readily as well. The Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult could only submit as well. Tao Lord, there's definitely no way we can take out so many treasures right now. We've got to return to the sect and prepare for it. I'll give you a month. Su Zimo said slowly, I'll pay a personal visit after that deadline. The Sect Master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult chuckled dryly. That was a blatant threat. After a personal visit by Su Zimo, Dragon Tiger Sect was removed from the North region. How could Mystic Firmament Divine Cult defend against that? Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, truly lives up to his reputation. Despite facing so many sects and factions alone, he's still able to control the situation. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. An elder of stellar Luna sect lamented and sent a voice transmission with a spirit consciousness. The sect master of stellar Luna sect replied with a voice transmission as well. Now the Dragon Tiger sect of the 10 upper sects of the North region is gone. Ethereal Peak is probably about to rise. With so many resources and treasures gathered at Ethereal Peak, the foundation of that sect will no longer be weaker than our upper sects. That's right. What Ethereal Peak lacks right now is a conjoint body mighty figure. Once they have a conjoint body mighty figure guarding them, there's a high chance they will become a new upper sect in the upper sect meet. Tao, Lord, Desolate, Martial alone is comparable to 10 conjoint body mighty figures. The sect master of Dark Ghost sect and the others did not linger long in Dragon Tiger sect and left dejectedly. Under Su Zimo's aura, they felt extremely pressured and could only leave as soon as possible. As for the sect master of Stellar Luna sect, the Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley, the master of the Morong family, and the others, they stayed in Dragon Tiger sect for a short period of time before leaving. During this month, Su Zimo remained in Dragon Tiger sect. At the end of the month, Dark Ghost sect, Seven Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and Yuan clan visited one after another and offered 1,000 grade 6 elixirs, 1,000 superior grade Tao, Lord Dermic weapons, and 10,000 tons of spirit stones, respectively. Su Zimo handed all those treasures to Ethereal Peak. None of the items were worthy of his attention. For Dermic weapons, he had his creation Lotus Platform, Mingwang Prayer Beads, and Mystic Magnet Mountain. Furthermore, his Green Lotus True Body was comparable to Khanate Tao Lord Dermic weapons. The only things that interested Su Zimo were the cultivation techniques and secret manuals left behind by Dragon Tiger sect. Those items were of some use for his prime body to deduce the martial Tao, and he had them all moved to Ethereal Peak. After that, Su Zimo stayed temporarily in Ethereal Peak. Monkey and the others continued to dominate the Wild Lion Ridge. A year later, Xiaoning made a move and prepared to return to Elixir Yang sect in the Middle Continent. Night Spirit offered to escort her. Actually, Xiaoning had already cultivated to the perfected Void Reversion Realm. She could protect herself with her current combat strength. However, she did not reject him and agreed with a smile. Su Zimo had long sensed that there was something between them, but he did not interfere. Even as a brother, he had not taken good care of Xiaoning all these years. It was all thanks to Night Spirit. Furthermore, it was enough as long as they were both willing parties. After Xiaoning left, Su Zimo continued cultivating in Ethereal Peak. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Ethereal Peak had been extremely peaceful for the past 5 years. After the battle at Dragon Tiger sect, everyone knew that Desolate Martial had advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Coupled with the existence of the old monk from Dragon Burial Valley, no one dared to provoke him. However, the cultivation world had changed quite a bit. The most obvious change was that all living beings were able to cultivate. Ethereal Peak alone had recruited more than 1,000 cultivators who cultivated the martial Tao over the years. A series of changes had already happened in the cultivation world of the North region because of Su Zimo's rise. Dragon Tiger sect was removed. As Ethereal Peak rose, it attracted many cultivators who admired their reputation. Golden cores, nascent souls, void reversions, and even Dharma characteristic Tao lords wanted to join the sect. Of course, there were still no conjoint body mighty figures. Firstly, Ethereal Peak did not have a conjoint body mighty figure to begin with. Secondly, conjoint body mighty figures ruled over a region and were not bound by sections. Even super sects might not be able to provide resources suitable for conjoint body mighty figures to cultivate, let alone Ethereal Peak. If they wanted to advance further in their cultivations, they might as well explore some ancient ruins or ancestral cave abodes and obtain some opportunities and encounters. As for the Great Zhou dynasty, actually more than 10 years ago, the Great Zhou dynasty had already annexed the Great Yu, Great Xia, and Great Shang dynasties to unify the North region. All these years, there were no wars between the dynasties, and the citizens rested and practiced martial arts. Under Ji Yaoshue's governance, the injuries left behind by the witch Gu Calamity healed gradually, and a peaceful and flourishing scene unfolded. This day, Su Zimo sensed something in his seclusion and woke up. Before long, he heard knocking sounds. "Come in," Su Zimo said. Although he had left the sect for many years, his cave abode had always been preserved for him. The door to the cave abode opened, and Yan Qi walked in. "Young master," a spirit crane flew in from outside. "It's looking for you." "Oh." Frowning slightly, Su Zimo received the spirit crane. The crane carried a faint fragrance and was clearly made by a woman. He swept his gaze across. The address on the spirit crane indicated the middle continent. Opening the spirit crane, Su Zimo read through the contents before long and murmured, "To think that it would be her." "Who?" Nian Qi asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled. "She can forcibly be considered as an old friend that I've once met." Pausing for a moment, he stood up and crushed the spirit crane into dust with a single slap. "I've got to go and make a trip to the middle continent." Chapter 1240, Azura in Danger. Chapter 1240, Azura in Danger. What happened that requires you to make a trip personally, young master? Nian Qi asked curiously. Su Zimo replied, "Something happened at Brother Yan's side." Nian Qi was surprised. "Azura Yan Beichen." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded as he reminisced about the past. After the 1,000-crane tea party, Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of many sects and factions arrived and entered 100 Refinement sect, prepared to cause trouble for him. When the Azura heard about this, he rushed over without hesitation. Those Dharma characteristic Tao lords at that time were all renowned figures. Among them, there were even titular disciples such as Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, and Tao, Lord Cloud Rain. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was the number one of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, was the second of the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. As for the Azura, he had only just advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Despite that, he was fearless and invoked a massive battle against the 9 Dharma characteristic Tao lords outside 100 Refinement sect. That battle was earth-shaking. 6 of the 9 Tao lords were killed by the Azura. Although a large part of the reason was because Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was severely injured when he fought Tao, Lord Extreme Fireback in 100 Refinement sect, the powerful methods displayed by the Azura were still shocking. Su Zimo watched the battle from afar. That battle was still unforgettable. At that time, he even asked the Azura about his injuries. However, the latter merely brushed it off casually. To think that the injuries left behind by the Azura in that battle had yet to recover. One of the messages on the spirit crane was about how the Azura's essence spirit was injured. An injury to the essence spirit was extremely difficult to heal. Later on, when Su Zimo caused a huge trouble in the Tao inheritance ground and the situation was critical, many 100 Refinement sect cultivators suggested that they draw a line between them and Su Zimo. However, the Azura disregarded the injuries of his essence, spirit, and 100 Refinement sect, wanting to protect Su Zimo and escape to the end of the world. An elder of Elixir Yang sect admired the Azura's temperament and gifted him the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir that was preserved for many years. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was an ancient elixir that had been lost a long time ago. It was extremely rare and was the best healing medicine for essence spirits. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. The Azura received the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, but did not consume it himself. Instead, he gave it to someone else. It was that person who sent the spirit crane. In the battle outside 100 Refinement Sect, 3 of the 9 Tao Lords survived. Apart from the 2 titular disciples who managed to escape, Tao Lord Immortal Sword and Tao Lord Cloud Rain, this was the 3rd person to survive. She was Sword Sect's Qin Pianran. At that time, Qin Pianran was betrayed by Tao Lord Immortal Sword and wanted to die. Although the Azura had never said it, Su Zimo could tell that he was compassionate. The Azura, who achieved his Tao through killing and possessed a merciless saber technique, was a sentimental person. Tao Lord Immortal Sword, who was known to be righteous and loyal, was a heartless person. That was truly an immense irony. Su Zimo had long sensed that the Azura was treating Qin Pianran differently. However, he did not expect the Azura to feed Qin Pianran the precious 9 revolutions soul return elixir. Of course, the spirit crane was not sent only because of the Azura's injuries. It was because another monster incarnate in Azura sect wanted to replace Yen Beichin as the new titular disciple and take over the title of the Azura. That titular disciple sent a challenge letter to the Azura. Given the Azura's current state, he might be able to win against ordinary Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. However, he would definitely lose against this monster incarnate of the Fiend sects. Qin Pianran naturally hoped that Su Zimo could head to the Middle Continent and help the Azura tide through this calamity. At the end of the spirit crane, Qin Pianran even mentioned that she had sent the spirit crane behind the Azura's back. Given the Azura's temperament, he would not plead for help even if he met with such a calamity. However, she was worried and did not want anything to happen to him. She had already severed her connection with the Immortal Sects and Sword Sect. However, the Azura had always been alone without any siblings or friends. On the other hand, he had many enemies. After much thought, she concluded that Su Zimo was the only one who could help the Azura, and that was why she sent the spirit crane. As for Su Zimo, he decided to head to the Middle Continent right away without any hesitation upon receiving the spirit crane. If he knew that the Azura's essence spirit was injured and had yet to recover, he would have set off long ago to look for medicine that could heal it, let alone the fact that the Azura was in trouble. "When do you intend to leave, young master?" Nianqi asked. Now, Su Zimo was already heading out of the cave abode. "I'll accompany you wherever you want to go, young master." Outside the cave abode, Tao Yao rushed over as well. "There will definitely be trivial affairs along the way, and I can help with those by your side." Su Zimo could sense that Tao Yao was merely reluctant to part with him. "There's no need." He shook his head. "Both of you will stay here. In a few days, a child around 5 or 6 years old will come to Ethereal Peak. You can just stay by his side." "Ah." Tao Yao froze for a moment. Before he could react, Su Zimo had already leaped up and lightning flashed around his body as he disappeared from the spot. Worried about the Azura, Su Zimo wanted to head to the Middle Continent as soon as possible. "Who is the boy that young master is referring to?" Tao Yao blinked and asked Nianqi with a lost expression. "I don't know either." She shook her head. "We'll know in a couple of days. Let's just wait here." 5 days later, at the foot of Ethereal Peak, a child around 5 or 6 years old arrived. He had delicate features, and his eyes were clear, deep as the sea, as though they contained endless secrets. Where did this child come from? It's truly not easy for this child to be able to arrive here safely in this deep forest. A few Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the entrance of Ethereal Peak looked over with surprised expressions. The child stood still in front of the mountain gate, gazing at a gigantic stone gate not far away in a daze. "Why, you want to join Ethereal Peak as a disciple?" A Foundation establishment cultivator laughed and followed the child's gaze. "This stone gate is used to test the spirit root. I heard that when our sect senior Desolate Marshall joined the sect, He caused the stone gate to explode. This current one was built later on. When he heard those discussions, the child recalled the past and smiled. The fact that this child is able to arrive here means that he has affinity with Ethereal Peak. Should we let him test his spirit root first? A foundation establishment cultivator said, "Child, pass through that stone gate. Let's take a look." The child smiled without saying anything and walked towards the stone gate. There was no reaction from the stone gate. A few foundation establishment cultivators shook their heads slightly with disappointed expressions. One of them said, "It's fine if you don't have a spirit root. Even if you can't do immortality cultivation, you can cultivate the martial Tao." "Child, I'm a martial Tao cultivator." The person revealed his strong arm and said, "I've already cultivated to the 3rd transformation of the martial Tao, bronze skin, steel bones. Even superior grade weapons can barely hurt me." As he said that, the cultivator took out a saber and slashed his arm, leaving merely a white scar. The cultivator had a smug expression as he handed the saber to the child. "Child, why don't you try and slash me?" "How old is this child? Can he even lift this saber?" The others shook their heads. Right then, the child received the saber and squeezed gently with his pink and fair palm, crushing the saber into an iron ball. Thereafter, he rubbed his hands together. The iron ball turned into gravel and scattered down. He rubbed the metal like it was mud. The cultivators at the entrance were dumbfounded with shocked expressions. They could no longer speak. Chapter 1241 Reunion. Chapter 1241 Reunion. That saber was a middle-grade spirit weapon, but it was turned into sand by the child's tender palm. Many cultivators looked at the child as though they were looking at a ghost. Could this child be transformed from a fiend demon? A thought crossed the mind of a foundation establishment cultivator. Right then, 2 figures sped over from Ethereal Peak like a golden couple. It was Tao Yao and Nian Qi. For the past few days, the 2 of them had been waiting near the sect entrance and rushed over the moment they heard any activity. Their gazes landed on the child, and they shuddered. The child gave them a familiar feeling. If one focused their attention, they would be able to tell that the child's features were extremely similar to Su Zimo's. The only reason why they could not be seen clearly was because they were not fully grown out. The child was the martial Tao true body, Su Zimo's prime body. After cultivating for 6 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his prime body had already cultivated to the 9th transformation of the martial Tao, perfected dragon elephant force. Given the strength of the prime body, even a connate spirit weapon would be shattered, let alone a middle-grade spirit weapon. The descent of his prime body was a variant to begin with. It was not within the reincarnation cycle nor heavenly secrets. The prime body inherited everything of Su Zimo and specialized in the martial Tao. However, he could only continue to deduce if he wanted to continue cultivating the martial Tao after the 9th transformation. Neither the Green Lotus true body nor the Dragon true body had the energy to do so. Neither of them were as suitable as the prime body to comprehend the martial Tao either. Therefore, his prime body left the Dragon Burial Valley and arrived at Ethereal Peak. He was prepared to memorize Ethereal Peak's cultivation techniques and secret skills while cultivating there before deducing. "Young master," Tao Yao shouted in a testing manner. "That's me." The prime body nodded. Although he was only 6 years old, the aura he exuded was the same as Su Zimo. There was no hint of childishness. "I'll leave for Pingyang Town after cultivating in Ethereal Peak for a period of time. Do you want to follow me?" The prime body asked Tao Yao. "Sure." Tao Yao agreed readily. He was not familiar with many people in Ethereal Peak. It was more comfortable for him to reside in Pingyang Town instead. To him, Pingyang Town was his home. The prime body intended to return to the starting point of his cultivation as well. He will return to that courtyard to continue deducing the martial Tao in order to perfect it. That courtyard held an unusual meaning for Su Zimo. Middle Continent. Su Zimo did not rest at all. From the moment he left Ethereal Peak to the crossing of the North region and entered the Middle Continent, it merely took 3 days. That speed was already comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure. Even though the spirit crane said that the monster incarnate of the fiend sex challenged the Azura to a fight a month later, Su Zimo was still worried and rushed over early. Su Zimo determined his direction and continued on his way. A day later, he arrived at the depths of a mountain range and looked at the dense bamboo forest before him. Descending, he paused for a moment before entering. In the bamboo forest, there was only the sound of wind rustling the bamboo leaves, making it seem tranquil and peaceful. Not long after, Su Zimo's gaze penetrated the layers of bamboo shadows and saw a spacious empty space where a simple wooden house Saturday. A figure leaned against the door. The figure's black hair fell casually onto his shoulders, and he had a cold expression. A jar of strong wine was placed beside his feet as a long saber with a bloody aura laid on his knees. The Azura Yen Beichin. Yen Beichin had just raised his wine jar and was about to drink it in one gulp when he suddenly frowned. As though he sensed something, he said indifferently, "Hatred, the month isn't up yet. You're early." Although his essence spirit was injured, he could still sense that someone was peeping from the bamboo forest. However, he did not notice who it was. Su Zimo strode out of the bamboo forest and arrived before the empty space, smiling at Yen Beichin. Yen Beichin was first stunned. Immediately after, his eyes revealed the joy of reuniting after a long time, and he could not help but laugh. "Haha, so it's Brother Su." "Brother Yen." Su Zimo called and strode forward. "Come sit." Yen Beichin tugged at Su Zimo's arm and pulled him to sit down. He took out another jar of strong wine from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo with a smile. "I was worried that no one would accompany me to drink when you came. You're really on time." The two of them bumped their wine jars and drank a mouthful of strong wine. "I haven't congratulated you properly for creating your martial Tao. Now's the perfect time. Let's drink till we're drunk." Yen Beichin laughed again. Su Zimo lamented internally. After many years, Yen Beichin had changed significantly. He was now filled with warmth. The initial blood stench he reeked had become extremely faint, almost imperceptible even. Unsurprisingly, his change should be attributed to a single person. Right then, a white-bloused woman walked out of the wooden house. She had smooth skin and watery eyes. Her brows were raised slightly, and she exuded a heroic aura. Su Zimo stood up and pretended to be surprised. "My, isn't this fellow Taoist Qin from Sword Sect?" There was naturally no way Su Zimo could expose the fact that Qin Pianran sent him a message behind the Azura's back. Hence he feigned ignorance. Qin Pianran smiled gently with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Yen Beichin waved it off. "Brother Su, stop pretending. Pianran should be the one who called you here, right?" Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Yen Beichin continued, "Your timing is too coincidental. I reckon that Pianran must have asked you to come behind my back because she's worried about me." Yen Beichin was a smart man. He had guessed at the moment he saw Su Zimo. "Beichin, I'm sorry." Qin Pianran lowered her head slightly. "Aye." Su Zimo knew that there was no need to continue hiding the truth and nodded. "Fellow Taoist Qin is worried about your safety. There's no need for you to blame her." "Why would I blame Pianran if she's worried about me?" Yen Beichin burst into laughter and turned to tug at Qin Pianran's palm. "It's been a long time since I've been reunited with my brother. I'm more than happy and can't thank you enough instead." Qin Pianran blushed. She felt embarrassed that the two of them were so intimate in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled. It seems like you've been doing well all these years, big brother. I'm even envious that you have someone to accompany you every day. After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued, However, bro, there's something I have to say about you. Why didn't you tell me that your essence spirit was injured? There's no point telling you. The Azura shook his head. There's no way to heal it. When she heard that, Qin Pianran's expression darkened. It's all my fault. If I hadn't consumed the 9 revolutions soul return elixir back then, Beichen's injuries would have healed a long time ago. It's fine, I'm doing all right now, aren't I? Yen Beichen did not mind at all and waved it off. But your future cultivation. Qin Pianran wanted to speak, but stopped, afraid that she would agitate Yen Beichen. With an injured essence spirit, it was difficult for one's cultivation to advance. Who doesn't die? Even for conjoint body mighty figures, they will still die 20,000 years later. Yen Beichen said, As long as I'm with you, a day is equivalent to 10,000 years. I still have thousands of years of lifespan. In that perspective, I'll live longer than even Mahayana patriarchs. Qin Pianran's eyes were bloodshot and she lowered her head in silence. Chapter 1242, Ancient Fiend Emperor. Chapter 1242, Ancient Fiend Emperor. Su Zimo asked, Brother Yen, when you mentioned hatred earlier, that's the monster incarnate of Azura sect. Yes. Yen Beichen nodded with a slightly grim expression. Tao Lord Hatred became famous much earlier than me and obtained half of the Hatred Sutra. His combat strength is heaven-defying, and he's invincible in the fiend sects. The Hatred Sutra. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra's half-martial ancestor, Imperial Sky, had memories of the Hatred Sutra. The Hatred Sutra was created by one of the most terrifying fiend emperors of the ancient era and was known as the Fiend Emperor Hatred. The fact that he held the title of the Emperor of the Fiend Tao was proof of how strong the Fiend Emperor was. Legend has it that the Fiend Emperor Hatred was initially unknown. Later on, due to a massive change, his personality changed drastically and he hated the world, all living beings, and everything in the world. Under that intense hatred, the Emperor exploded completely, slaying immortals, Buddhas, and the primordial 9 races in a domineering manner. Eventually, he created the shocking ancient Hatred Sutra. That cultivation technique was known as the #1 mystic classic of the fiend sects. Its might was imaginable. Although the Fiend Emperor Hatred was invincible, his life was extremely miserable, and he spent it in hatred. Even when he was conferred the title of an ancient emperor, he did not have anyone close to him or any close friends. His ending was tragic as well. His hatred eventually reached its limits, and he even began to hate himself. In the end, he committed suicide in Tianhuang mainland after the Ancient War, leaving behind a regrettable legend. The fact that a fiend emperor met with such an end caused countless people to lament. Yen Beichen continued. Tao Lord Hatred entered a tomb by accident and obtained half of the Hatred Sutra. With that, he rose and established a Tao title, Hatred. Everyone knows what he's thinking. He wants to inherit everything from this ancient fiend emperor and become the new Fiend Emperor Hatred. The fact that he was already invincible among the fiend sects with just half of the Hatred Sutra was proof of how terrifying that cultivation technique was. Almost all paragons and monster incarnates had encountered many opportunities to be able to cultivate to that level. Su Zimo was not the only one. Yen Beichen said, Later on, I joined a Azura sect and obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance and many other opportunities. I comprehended the Azura Sutra and entered the Void Reversion Realm. During the fight for the title of Azura, I fought against Hatred, who was still at the Void Reversion Realm at that time and was lucky to win by half a move. Although Yen Beichen said those things calmly, Su Zimo could sense the intensity of the killing intent from those words. Su Zimo had some understanding of Yen Beichen. There were only two people who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance, him and Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen's talent was definitely not weaker than his. The moment Yen Beichen entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he could conjure a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 85 feet tall. That was enough to show how strong Yen Beichen was. Even so, Yen Beichen merely won by half a move back then. Yen Beichen continued. After the fight for the title of Azura ended, hatred disappeared and never appeared again. Nobody knew where he went. More than 10 years ago, hatred reappeared and shocked all the fiend sects. Su Zimo had a vague guess and murmured, "Could it be?" Yen Beichen nodded. He obtained the complete Hatred Sutra. The rebirth of the Hatred Sutra. This meant that a new fiend emperor hatred was about to rise. When hatred returned, he was already at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Starting from Azura sect, he overwhelmed the Dharma characteristic paragons of the 7 fiend sects. The titular disciple of Illusion Fiend cult was defeated in less than 10 moves. After that, the other titular disciples of the fiend sects went silent and avoided the battle. Hatred was conferred as the number 1 saber of the fiend sects. It was not surprising for him to possess such combat strength if he inherited the complete Hatred Sutra. Yen Beichen had a grim expression. Notwithstanding the fact that my essence spirit is injured and my combat strength has decreased significantly, even if I was in my peak condition, I might not be a match for him. Now that hatred has returned, no one can stop him anymore. It was no wonder why Yen Beichen said that. During their battle back then, hatred merely lost to him by a single move after comprehending half of the Hatred Sutra. How scary was hatred now that he had the complete Hatred Sutra? On the other hand, there was no fear in Su Zimo's eyes. After experiencing the Tao inheritance ground, cultivating for close to 5,000 years and fusing with more than 30 ancient inheritances, Su Zimo believed that he could suppress all his peers and overwhelm all strong foes. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation in his heart to experience this number 1 ancient fiend sutra. Su Zimo asked in a low voice, "What's the height of Tao, Lord Hatred's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic?" Tao, Lord Hatred, was already at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Even if he knew that Tao, Lord Hatred, had condensed a 90 feet Dharma characteristic, Su Zimo would not be surprised. "I don't know." Unexpectedly, Yen Beichen shook his head and gave that answer. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Yen Beichen said, "That's the reason why he's so terrifying. Ever since he returned, he fought several times and suppressed many Dharma characteristic monster incarnates of the fiend sections. However, he has never used his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. It was normal for him to not use his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to suppress ordinary Dharma characteristic Tao lords. However, the people that Tao Lord Hatred suppressed were titular disciples of the fiend sects. It was a little terrifying to be able to suppress the titular disciple of Illusion Fiend cult without even using his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Pian Ran, actually there's no need for you to alarm Zimo. After a while, Yen Beichen smiled. "That's because I had no intention of fighting against hatred to begin with." Qin Pian Ran and Su Zimo froze for a moment, confused. Yen Beichen explained, "If hatred wants to challenge me, it's to fight for the title of the Azura. I've already decided to give up on that title." Yen Beichen's palm caressed the long saber on his knees. "If hatred wants the title of the Azura as well as this Azura saber, I'll give both to him unreservedly." Su Zimo was silent. Under normal circumstances, given Yen Beichen's character, he would definitely not display weakness even if he was injured. To think that he would make such a choice. However, on second thought, it was understandable that Yen Beiqin would make that choice. That was because the Asura was worried. When an Asura that achieved the Tao through killing had attachments, he was no longer an Asura. It had to be said that Yen Beiqin had changed a lot over the years. "Can you bear to?" Su Zimo asked. Yen Beiqin smiled. "These are just empty titles. The only thing I'm slightly reluctant about is this Asura saber that has fought by my side for many years. However, it doesn't matter as well." There was a hint of freedom and magnanimity in Yen Beiqin's tone. It was a true form of letting go. "Zimo, I'm tired. I don't want to continue fighting in the cultivation world." Yen Beiqin said, "All these years, Pianran and I have been living far away from secular affairs and strife in this bamboo forest. I've received an unprecedented tranquility in my heart, and I'm delighted. From now on, without the shackles of the Asura, Pianran and I will look for paradise and live in seclusion. No matter what calamities or battles there are outside, it will be none of my business." Yen Beichan meant that he wanted to let go of all attachments and he was not going to fight against hatred. He did not wish for Su Zimo to fight in his place against hatred either. "I understand." Su Zimo nodded. "Brother, I respect your decision." Chapter 1243, Tao, Lord Hatred. Chapter 1243, Tao, Lord Hatred. For the next period of time, Su Zimo stayed in the bamboo forest and was in no hurry to leave. Although Yen Beiqin had already decided to withdraw from the fight in the cultivation world, Su Zimo was still worried about his essence spirit's injuries. The next day, he sent out a few messenger spirit cranes. They flew towards Elixir Yang sect, 100 Refinement sect, 1000 Crane sect, Puppet sect, Ethereal Peak, and other sects and factions. All of those sects and factions had Su Zimo's kin and friends. Half a month later, although the sects and factions sent messages one after another, none of them had any solution. Although Qin Pianran did not say anything, she could not conceal her disappointment. "Don't be hasty," Su Zimo replied. "There's still no news from Xiaoning. She's already a titular disciple of Elixir Yang sect. I'm sure she'll have a solution." Another 5 days passed. The spirit crane of Elixir Yang sect flew into the bamboo forest. Qin Pianran hurried over and opened the spirit crane eagerly. An injury to the essence spirit is extremely difficult to heal, and the most effective elixir is the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. However, this elixir has long been lost, and Elixir Yang sect doesn't have it either. At that point, Qin Pianran's eyes dimmed. A large part of the reason why Yen Beiqin was in such a state was because he wanted to save her. She felt extremely guilty. Su Zimo removed a small bottle tied to the spirit crane's leg. "These are 7 elixirs that Xiaoning sent over. They have some healing effect on the essence spirit as well. You can give it a shot." Although those elixirs could not compare to the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, they could only give it a shot. For the next few days, Yen Beiqin attempted to consume an elixir daily. However, despite trying all 7 elixirs, his essence spirit showed no signs of recovering. "Brother, fellow Taoist Qin, don't be anxious." Su Zimo said, "I've already asked Ethereal Peak to keep an eye out for the various auction houses and marketplaces. If there's any news of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, I'll definitely help you guys get it. That's the only way." Qin Pianran sighed internally. Another 3 days passed. This day, Su Zimo and the other 2 were chatting casually in the wooden house. All of a sudden, Su Zimo felt something and turned around. "What's wrong with that?" Qin Pianran asked and followed Su Zimo's gaze instinctively. A figure stood in the bamboo forest. "Ah!" Qin Pianran shuddered and exclaimed. She was a Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord of Swords sect, to begin with. Be it in terms of combat strength or temperament, she was superior. Even a conjoint body mighty figure or a Mahayana patriarch would not cause her to lose her composure as such. However, that figure was truly way too terrifying. Just by standing there, it was like a gigantic black hole that emitted an endless hatred that could devour everything. The hatred could even affect a cultivator's mind. If one's Tao heart was weak and tainted by that hatred, it would be crippled and they would lose without fighting. Tao, Lord Hatred. Su Zimo was the only one who could maintain his composure against the envelopment of that hatred. Even Yen Beichen frowned. Su Zimo looked at Tao, Lord Hatred calmly. Tao, Lord Hatred, had an average build and wore black robes. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were dark as he walked over slowly, dragging a saber that was shrouded by fiend qi. The saber sliced through the ground, silently leaving a clear scar. Su Zimo looked at the saber, and his pupils constricted. That saber was extremely terrifying. Even he felt waves of shock from the hatred that was gathered. Hatred, you sure are punctual. Yen Beichen spoke. You came in a month indeed, not a single day later. Tao, Lord Hatred laughed and walked into the wooden house without replying or pausing. You're injured. He swept his gaze and saw Yen Beichen's condition. It's just a small injury. Yen Beichen replied indifferently. Tao, Lord Hatred grinned. To think that you would end up in such a state as well, Yen Beichen. There's always someone better out there. In this generation, there are many paragons and monster incarnates. There are many people who can hurt me, so I'm naturally nothing much, Yen Beichen replied. No. Tao, Lord Hatred, shook his head and pointed at Yen Beichen. I'm not referring to your injuries, but your heart. Your heart is no longer the heart of the Asura. Yen Beichen was silent. Su Zimo praised internally. Without exchanging blows or testing the waters, Tao Lord Hatred saw through Yen Beichen's reality. TSK. Tao Lord Hatred's gaze shifted and landed on Qin Pianran. What a pity. Everyone says that a gentle place is the tomb of a hero. To think that even you, Yen Beichen, can't escape it. He closed his eyes and sniffed gently before nodding. Yes, not bad. A little sharp, a cultivator of sword sect. Qin Pianran could not sit still. For some reason, she felt uneasy in front of Tao, Lord Hatred. Suddenly, Tao, Lord Hatred opened his eyes and said with a fake smile, Yen Beichen, how about I kill that woman? Hatred, what are you trying to do? Yen Beichen's eyes widened. Tao, Lord Hatred laughed and said leisurely, I'm doing this for your own good. The only way to have the Asura return is by having this woman killed. Hatred. Yen Beichen hollered softly. I admit defeat for this battle. You can have the title of Asura as well as this Asura saber. I have nothing to do with Asura sect, the fiend sects, and the cultivation world anymore. Admit defeat. Tao, Lord Hatred, had a regretful expression and sighed. It's truly hard to imagine that those words would come from you, Yen Beichen. Thereafter, he laughed and shook his head. Yen Beichen, you're truly way too naive. Do you think you can just back off from the fight and the cultivation world just like that? Since you've started cultivating, there are many choices that are not up to you. Yen Beichen took a deep breath of air. Hatred, what do you want? Of course, it's to retrieve the Asura title. Tao, Lord Hatred replied. Yen Beichen frowned. I've already said that I've admitted defeat. From now on, you'll be the Asura. No. Tao, Lord Hatred, had a mocking expression as he waved his finger. It's not that simple. I'll take back the Asura title the same way you snatched it from me. Do you think that I'll let you off just because you admit defeat? Suddenly, Tao Lord Hatred's expression turned menacing, and his features were squeezed together, emanating a torrential hatred. I lost everything in the battle for the title of Azura back then. Honor, status, reputation. I've been thinking about you all these years, Yen Beichin. Su Zimo respected Yen Beichin's choice. Therefore, he remained silent and watched coldly from the sidelines. However, he had already realized that today's matter would not end peacefully. Tao, Lord Hatred, was completely fiendish, and his mind was affected by the Hatred Sutra. It was hard to tell if Tao, Lord Hatred, had cultivated the Hatred Sutra, or if the Sutra had turned him into a fiend. Sensing Tao, Lord Hatred's hatred, the fiend's saber in his hands trembled slightly as well, as though it was extremely excited and buzzed endlessly. Chapter 1244, Massive Battle. Chapter 1244, Massive Battle. Although all 4 people present were at the Dharma characteristic realm, the difference between their combat strength was too great. Qin Pian Ran was definitely a paragon of the Dharma characteristic realm. However, her face was pale and her heart trembled against the hatred released by Tao, Lord Hatred. Yen Beichin's essence spirit was injured and he was frowning slightly as well, feeling a sense of pressure. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. If it was more than 10 years ago, he would not have retreated even if his essence spirit was injured and would have fought against Tao, Lord Hatred, right from the beginning. But now he held emotional baggage and truly did not want to fight against Tao, Lord Hatred anymore. Of course, apart from that, there was another reason why he did not want Su Zimo involved. On the one hand, Tao, Lord Hatred, was now the #1 saber of the fiend sex and possessed the inheritance of the Hatred Sutra. He was equivalent to a second fiend emperor and had a noble status in the fiend sex with the protection of countless experts. If Su Zimo were to offend him, it would be equivalent to offending the entire fiend sex. On the other hand, the outcome of Su Zimo's fight against Tao, Lord Hatred, was unpredictable. If Su Zimo won, he would end up offending the fiend sections. If he lost, his outcome would be even worse. No matter the outcome of this battle, it was extremely disadvantageous for Su Zimo. Hatred, at the end of the day, there's no deep-rooted feud between us. Yen Beichin said, "If you take away the Azura saber today, the entire cultivation world will understand that you are the true Azura, and no one will remember me." Qin Pian Ran lowered her head in silence. She knew that Yen Beichin's compromise and forbearance was all for her and them. Yen Beichin took a deep breath of air and grit his teeth. As though he had made up his mind about something, he said softly, "Hatred, I promise you that I'll leave the cultivation world forever. In the future, Yen Beichin will cease to exist in the cultivation world." "Beichin," Qin Pian Ran exclaimed softly with a hint of heartache. Up till this point of his cultivation, Yen Beichin had never been weaker than anyone. He achieved his Tao through killing and was invincible. His title as the Azura was something that struck fear in the hearts of orthodox cultivators. How could he have ever said anything as such? But now, even the Azura had to bow down. "Fufu." Tao, Lord Hatred, laughed and looked at Yen Beichin mockingly, shaking his head. "Yen Beichin, you're truly way too naive. In this cultivation world, who can truly retreat just because they want to? How dare the Azura actually think of letting go of everything? How ironic." In the face of Tao, Lord Hatred's mockery, Yen Beichin merely remained silent and endured it. As though he thought of something fun, a mocking look flashed through Tao, Lord Hatred's eyes. "How about this? Kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. How about I let you off after a few good kowtows?" Yen Beichin did not move at all and was expressionless. However, veins popped up on his forehead and blood vessels popped out. It was clear that he was emotional. Sensing the struggle in Yen Beichin's heart, the smile in Tao, Lord Hatred's eyes intensified. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything and stepping on his former enemies ruthlessly. He loved the joy of humiliating and trampling on them wantonly. He did not care whether Yen Beichin chose to fight or not. If Yen Beichin did not fight, he would make Yen Beichin suffer a fate worse than death. If Yen Beichin were to fight, the only thing awaiting him would be death. Ever since he arrived, he had no intention of letting Yen Beichin off. Right then a chuckle sounded. The laughter carried a hint of mockery and disdain that was rather piercing to Tao, Lord Hatred. He turned around slowly, and his gaze landed on Su Zimo. Ever since he arrived, this was the first time he was looking at Su Zimo properly. "Oh!" Tao, Lord Hatred, revealed a playful expression and asked, "Were you the one laughing earlier on?" It had been a long time since someone dared to provoke him like this. "Zimo." Yen Beichin shouted with a worried expression. Su Zimo waved it off and said unquestionably, "Brother Yen, leave this matter to me." He could respect Yen Beichin's choice, but he would definitely not watch the latter suffer such humiliation. Tao, Lord Hatred, came to a realization. "I understand. You're here to help Yen Beichin." Ha ha ha. Tao, Lord Hatred, could not help but laugh. He looked at Su Zimo as though he was looking at an idiot and lamented. "Some people really don't know what's good for them. You dare to come and help him without knowing who I am? Do you know who I am?" Su Zimo did not reply and asked instead, "Oh, who are you?" Tao, Lord Hatred, asked casually. In truth, he did not care who Su Zimo was. In his eyes, the latter was already a dead man. "I'm Desolate Marshal." Su Zimo said indifferently, "Desolate Marshal." Tao, Lord Hatred, was slightly stunned. The Tao title sounded familiar. After a moment of silence, his pupils constricted slightly and his gaze shone brightly. "You're Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, who established his martial Tao and condensed two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics." The name Desolate Marshal was known to the world a long time ago. In just a few years after the battle at Dragon Tiger Sect, the news of him condensing two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already spread through the middle continent. Tao, Lord Hatred, had already heard of Desolate Marshal's name the moment he returned. Good, good, good. Instead of being shocked, Tao, Lord Hatred, was delighted and nodded repeatedly. "Among the current Dharma characteristic paragons, you're the only one worthy of me fighting. Desolate Marshal, you came at the right time. You still want to kill me." Two divine lights burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes in a domineering manner. He stood up slowly, and his black hair swayed without any wind. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body, as though a divine being was awakening. A terrifying and majestic aura surged over like a tsunami towards Tao, Lord Hatred. Su Zimo founded the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Thereafter, he entered the Dharma characteristic, and everyone paid their respects to him. He had long accumulated a force that no one could match. If it was any other Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, they might not even have the courage to attack Su Zimo. At that moment, Tao, Lord Hatred, was motionless in the face of the situation as fiend qi spewed out from his body. The negative emotions of hatred and vengeance were released completely, matching Su Zimo's aura. The two monster incarnates of the Dharma characteristic realm had finally collided. "Hurry, retreat!" Yen Beichin already knew that this battle was inevitable and hurriedly brought Qin Pianran out of the wooden house. The moment the two of them left, the wooden house disintegrated into dust against the auras of the two monster incarnates, Su Zimo and Tao, Lord Hatred. "Desolate Marshal, I'll show you what a true monster incarnate is today." Tao, Lord Hatred, reared his head and howled into the skies. The fiend saber in his hands buzzed and trembled, emitting a pitch-black fiend qi that was cold and dark. This is the Hatred Fiend Saber, and it was the personal weapon of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. However, the power of this saber has diminished significantly with the passing of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Tao, Lord Hatred, said, but I'll make this fiend saber regain its fiendish might of the past. Desolate Marshal, it's your honor to die to it." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder why he felt his heart skip a beat from that fiend saber. It was the personal fiend saber of the fiend Emperor Hatred. That fiend saber was way too terrifying. Up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, that was the only weapon that caused him to feel a tinge of fear. Chapter 1245, Essence Spirit Fight. Chapter 1245, Essence Spirit Fight. With a slap, Su Zimo took out the mystic magnet mountain from his storage bag and smashed it towards Tao, Lord Hatred. As Su Zimo entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his dharmic powers increased exponentially. By now, the mystic magnet mountain was 1,000 feet tall, and it descended from the skies like a 100-story building with a huge shadow. The only reason why Su Zimo summoned the mystic magnet mountain right away was to hold back the fiend saber. Mystic Magnet Mountain. Tao, Lord Hatred's gaze intensified as he recognized the ancient, unique treasure right away. This is a great treasure. Unfortunately, you must be dreaming if you think that you can hold back my fiend saber with this mystic magnet mountain. His arm trembled, and his fiend saber released streams of pitch-black fiend chi. They surged towards the mystic magnet mountain above him with immense hatred. Before the mystic magnet mountain descended, the entire mountain was already shrouded by the fiend chi, and its glow dimmed instantly. By cultivating the Hatred Sutra, one could condense a unique fiend chi of hatred that contained extremely strong negative emotions. It was ever-changing and could destroy dharmic weapons with ease with torrential fiend might. Thankfully, the mystic magnet mountain was an ancient, unique treasure. If it was any other ordinary dharmic weapon, it would have been destroyed by the hatred fiend chi. Swash! Tao, Lord Hatred strode forward and swung the fiend saber in his hands. Fiend chi burst forth, and a gigantic, pitch-black fiend saber condensed in midair, descending from the skies. Before the fiend saber even slashed down, all sorts of negative emotions surged and affected Su Zimo's Tao heart. Su Zimo praised internally. It was no wonder why the Hatred Sutra was the #1 fiend sutra of the ancient era. That fiend chi could affect a cultivator's mind and heart. If one's Tao heart was not steady, they would not be able to last long against the shroud of the hatred fiend chi, let alone fight against Tao, Lord Hatred. However, the person Tao, Lord Hatred, was facing was Su Zimo. This was Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, who had received more than 30 ancient inheritances and deduced the martial Tao with experience accumulated over 5,000 years. His Tao heart was absolutely indestructible against fire, water, or even heaven and earth. Even if the ancient Fiend Emperor was the one here personally, he might not be able to shake Su Zimo's Tao heart, let alone Tao, Lord Hatred. Sure. Suddenly, a green beam of light shot out from Su Zimo's glabella and spun in midair, emitting a green glow. The creation green lotus. The grade 6 creation green lotus of the past had lost its stem and leaves, leaving only this lotus platform. Although it was no longer as enigmatic as before, this lotus platform was still incomparably strong. Under the channeling of Su Zimo's essence spirit, the creation lotus platform spun and blossomed slowly. 54 white lotus petals opened up and mist rose with a resplendent glow. Clang! The fiend saber collided heavily against the creation lotus platform. The creation lotus platform trembled gently. Su Zimo focused his gaze. Although the creation lotus platform blocked the attack, it was slightly disadvantaged in this clash. Since it was not a complete creation green lotus, the creation lotus platform could not defend against this shocking ancient fiend saber. I can't waste time with him. Su Zimo judged the situation instantly. It was difficult for the Hatred Fiend Saber to suppress the Creation Lotus platform within a short period of time. However, if things dragged on and the Creation Lotus platform was completely tainted by the Hatred Fiend Chi, it would most likely be rendered immobile like the mystic Magnet Mountain. Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. A green glow burst forth from the Creation Lotus platform and emitted a boundless sharpness, forming a green sword instantly. This was a killing technique targeted at the Essence Spirit Green Lotus Sword. Slay! Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly, "Instant thunder!" Through the endless void, the Green Lotus Sword descended instantly and stabbed towards Tao, Lord Hatred's glabella. It's an Essence Spirit secret skill. Tao, Lord Hatred's expression changed slightly. He felt a strong sense of danger from that green sword. He had never felt this way ever since he obtained the Hatred Sutra. Even when he was defeated by Yen Beichin previously, he was only defeated by half a move. It was completely impossible for Yen Beichin to kill him. But now, that green sword could threaten his life. Devouring Fiend Cave. A powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation burst forth from his glabella and formed a pitch-black fiend cave in front of his forehead. The center of the fiend cave caved in continuously, as though it could suck in everything in the world. Poof! The Green Lotus sword pierced right in and disappeared before long, entering the pitch-black fiend cave. There was a slight pause. Boom! The fiend cave exploded. 54 Green Lotus seeds fell and were already dim. Tao, Lord Hatred, released an Essence Spirit secret skill and blocked the Green Lotus sword completely without suffering any damage. That Green Lotus sword could even kill conjoint body mighty figures. However, Tao, Lord Hatred's combat strength was even more terrifying than most conjoint body mighty figures. The only person who could defend against the Green Lotus sword unscathed with an Essence Spirit secret skill was the past monster incarnate of the immortal sex, Dean. With a thought, Su Zimo controlled the Creation Lotus platform and put away the 54 Green Lotus seeds. If those Green Lotus seeds were exposed to the Hatred Fiend Chi, they would be destroyed after a long time. After returning to the Creation Lotus platform to nourish themselves, the Fiend Chi could be cleansed from them and they would be revitalized. I've long heard that desolate Marshall possesses a universal utmost treasure. Now that I'm seeing it for myself, it truly lives up to its reputation. Tao, Lord Hatred, grinned and said in extreme disdain, "However, you're truly way too naive to think that you can injure me with such methods." "Is that so?" Expressionlessly, Su Zimo lowered his gaze and said coldly, "Take another attack from me, then." A bedazzling golden light shone from his glabella, and his terrifying spirit consciousness condensed rapidly, forming a golden swastika symbol. The entire void trembled when the ancient word descended. A series of sacred Sanskrit sounds seemed to echo from the firmaments. At that moment, the fiend chi around Tao, Lord Hatred, was significantly suppressed. Ruleidermic Seal. The Essence Spirit secret skill, recorded in the Great Day Rulai Sutra, was extremely terrifying and took a huge toll on one's essence spirit. Back then, Su Zimo killed the titular disciple of Malevolent Earth Sect with this Essence Spirit secret skill. Another Essence Spirit secret skill. Sensing the terror of that word, Tao Lord Hatred's lips twitched viciously. In a fight between cultivators, even if it was a life and death battle, they would not release their Essence Spirit secret skills right away. After all, a fight between essence spirits was extremely dangerous, and even if one won many times, it would be easy for their essence spirits to be injured. However, Su Zimo released Essence Spirit secret skills after a single round of exchanging blows. Furthermore, he released 2 of them in succession. He did not even condense any heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. He wanted to kill his opponent's essence, spirit, directly. The moment the two of them exchanged blows, they did not test the waters and released killing moves one after another, revealing their trump cards. Sensing Su Zimo's killing intent, Tao Lord Hatred was even more enraged, and his hatred deepened. He channeled the Hatred Sutra, and the fiend chi within his body surged out, purging away the descending golden light instantly. Hatred slash. Suddenly, a fiend saber condensed from spirit consciousness flew out from Tao Lord Hatred's glabella. Similar to the fiend saber in his hands, it slashed towards the swastika symbol that was flying over. Tao Lord Hatred released his second essence, spirit, secret skill as well. Chapter 1246, Endless Hatred. Chapter 1246, Endless Hatred. The saber collided against the swastika symbol. Although there was no earth-shaking sound when the two essence, spirit, secret skills collided, the space where they met distorted. Yen Beichin and Qin Pianran felt their hearts skip a beat. Back when Yen Beichin's essence spirit suffered an irrecoverable injury, it was because it fought against the essence spirits of a few Tao lords. Now that the two essence spirit secret skills collided, the energy fluctuation that spread out was even more terrifying than Yen Beichin's battle. Not good. Qin Pianran frowned and whispered, "That golden word of the Buddhist monasteries is clearly being suppressed by hatred's fiend saber." When the two essence spirit secret skills clashed, Su Zimo's real-dermic seal was the one disadvantaged. Zimo has just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. Although his essence spirit is comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure, hatred has already cultivated to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, and his essence spirit is superior to Zimo's. Although Yen Beichin's essence spirit was injured, his eyesight was still present and he could see things even more clearly. It was definitely not a fluke that Tao Lord Hatred was able to suppress all the paragons of the fiend sex and be invincible among his peers upon his return. Yen Beichin continued. But don't worry, Zimo has many trump cards as well. He won't be defeated so easily. The moment, he said, that there was an outcome to the essence spirit fight, the fiend chi on the fiend saber intensified, and a powerful sharpness burst forth once more with a torrential hatred. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the real-dermic seal. It was clear that it could not hold out any longer. Ever since Su Zimo started cultivating that essence spirit secret skill, it had always been successful, and he could even kill his opponents across major cultivation realms. But now it was destroyed by a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. To be fair, the reputation and terror of the Hatred Sutra was above the Great Day Rilai Sutra to begin with. Coupled with the fact that Tao Lord Hatred's essence spirit was even stronger, it was only logical that this would happen. Desolate Marshal, you must have a death wish for choosing to fight against my essence spirit. Tao Lord Hatred roared in laughter. Although the power of his essence spirit fiend saber had decreased significantly, it was still flying towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. Suddenly, his left wrist lit up with a golden glow, and a barrier of light that was filled with golden symbols appeared beside him. Mingwang prayer beads. Boom! When the fiend saber collided against the barrier, it could hold on no longer and dissipated gradually. Essence, spirit, dharmic weapon. Although the Mingwang prayer beads were hidden beneath Su Zimo's robes, Tao Lord Hatred guessed it instantly. You sure have a lot of treasures on you. Tao Lord Hatred sneered. Unfortunately, those treasures are about to change owners. Su Zimo's gaze shimmered, and he hesitated for a moment. He had another essence, spirit, secret skill, the spirit vanquishing whip. However, he could not ascertain whether Tao Lord Hatred would be able to release a third essence, spirit, secret skill to fight against his spirit, vanquishing whip. If he took another blow head-on, his essence spirit would be severely injured. On the other side, Tao Lord Hatred was wary as well and did not dare to release his essence, spirit, secret skill casually. Vast sea of hatred. Tao Lord Hatred conjured hand seals and released a top-tier dermic art of the Hatred Sutra. The fiend chi around him rumbled and gathered endlessly, forming an endless black ocean in midair that surged towards Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo's Tao heart was indestructible, it would be difficult for him to break free if he was engulfed by this sea of hatred. Rise! Su Zimo conjured hand seals and hollered softly. Suddenly, two massive divine beings appeared beneath him. One of them had 4 legs and carried a heavy shell on its back, moving slowly. The other had a slender figure that was scarlet red and burned with flames as it reared its head and howled. The primordial divine turtle. The primordial soaring serpent. The 2 divine behemoths fused together rapidly, and the turtle and snake intertwined, forming an even more terrifying existence. With 2 heads, it surpassed history and was unstoppable. Stepping on the turtle and snake, Su Zimo's body floated indeterminately in the sea of hatred. However, he did not sink no matter what. No matter how Tao Lord Hatred channeled it, no matter how much of a stir the sea of hatred created, it would be suppressed rapidly by the turtle and snake. Carrying Su Zimo, the turtle and snake swam against the current and charged towards Tao Lord Hatred. Suddenly, Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and conjured a sword art. Instantly, stars filled the skies above the firmaments, and their trajectories turned chaotic, as though they were agitated. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Chi! Su Zimo extended his sword finger and slashed forward. A white sword chi surged out from his fingertip with an endless sharpness and a shuddering killing intent, slashing towards Tao Lord Hatred. The entire void seemed to have been sliced into 2 by that strike. It was not over yet. Chi! 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 After slashing out once again, Su Zimo released another burst and waved his sword fingers continuously, releasing 10 heaven-slaying sword chi in one go. Back in Dragon Tiger Sect, Su Zimo killed a mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect with 3 consecutive slashes. Right now, the burst of the 10 heaven-slaying sword chi was enough to destroy gods and fiends. Tao Lord Hatred's heart skipped a beat. Although he could not recognize the origin of the heaven-slaying sword chi, he could sense how terrifying those 10 sword chi were. With no time to think, he gripped his saber with both hands and released an endless hatred as though he was one with the fiend's saber. He hated the heavens, the earth, all living beings, and everything in the world. Endless hatred. Tao Lord Hatred released the most terrifying saber technique of the Hatred Sutra, and endless hatred descended. That was the saber intent of hatred. The power of intent was comparable to top-grade dermic arts. The saber danced, and endless hatred turned into streams of fiend chi that charged towards the 10 incoming sword chi. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed in an ear-piercing manner. In the blink of an eye, the 10 heaven-slaying sword chi were blocked by Tao Lord Hatred's saber technique. This was the first time that Su Zimo had seen a cultivator of the same cultivation realm defend against 10 heaven-slaying sword chi unscathed. It was only at that moment that Tao Lord Hatred displayed his skills as the number 1 saber of the fiend sex. What was even more terrifying was that Tao Lord Hatred saber techniques were completely unleashed. They shrouded toward Su Zimo endlessly, intensifying with increasing horror. The hatred was endless. The dominance of the saber technique absorbed all the spirit chi and dermic powers in the void, turning them into the hateful fiend chi in his body and fusing them into the saber technique. One would never be able to break free eternally if they were drawn in by that saber technique. Beneath that boundless hatred was a bottomless abyss. Su Zimo soared into the air and took a deep breath, chanting Sanskrit. Oam, Ma, and I, Pa. At the same time, Su Zimo conjured dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, and all 4 of them descended without holding back. He did not stop there. Endless hatred was so terrifying that it could not be stopped with the 4 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries alone. Su Zimo required an even stronger burst power. See Burial's secret skill. Apocalyptic Fiend Fist. Mighty Heavenly Dragon Transcendence. Sandstorm. Great Sanskrit Light Fist. Avicii. More than 30 terrifying dermic arts and secret skills were released by Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. All dermic arts were combined and heaven and earth shook. Chapter 1247, 90 Feet, Supreme. Chapter 1247, 90 Feet, Supreme. More than 30 dermic arts descended, and an entire bamboo forest was destroyed instantly. All the bamboo turned into dust and dissipated under the terrifying dermic arts. How scary! Chin Pian Ran, who was watching at the side, could not help but exclaim. She was from a super sect like Sword Sect and had seen all sorts of paragons and monster incarnates. The previous Dharma characteristic rankings, number 1 Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was her senior brother. However, even Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, would not be able to produce such a ferocious and terrifying attack. Those were more than 30 top-grade dermic arts. Humans were not limitless, and it was rare for most cultivators to be able to comprehend 1 or 2 top-tier cultivation techniques. They would already be at their limits if they could comprehend 3 or 4. A scene like Su Zimo, where he released more than 30 dermic arts instantly, was absolutely unprecedented and shocking. Yin Beichin could not help but nod as well. To think that Zimo would be able to transform to such a realm in more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago in 100 Refinement Sect, Su Zimo was only at the Void Reversion Realm. Tao, Lord Hatred, felt the pressure as well and suddenly howled into the skies. His howl was sorrowful and tragic, causing one's heart to flutter uncontrollably. A sound domain attack. Given Su Zimo's green lotus true body, there were few sound domain attacks that could stir his mind. However, he frowned the moment the roar was released. This sound domain attack was not only affecting his eardrums, but also his mind and even his essence spirit. The Hatred Sutra was truly terrifying. Kill. Not daring to be careless, Su Zimo released Thunderclap Kill to defend as well. Bang. Boom! Boom! His voice was like rumbling thunder, filled with a vast and righteous power that suppressed evil and descended. Even so, he could not suppress Tao, Lord Hatred. After that sorrowful howl, an endless hatred surged into Tao, Lord Hatred's body, and it was instantly pushed to its limits. The entire process resembled a person who encountered great changes, going from pain, despair, and hatred. Endless hatred burst forth and swirled around the fiend's saber, forming a gigantic pitch-black saber beam that slashed down at the 30-odd dermic arts. Boom! More than 30 top-grade dermic arts collided with the pitch-black saber beam and let out a deafening bang, causing the entire world to tremble. A blinding light burst forth from the point of collision. A massive energy fluctuation formed a semicircular barrier that extended in all directions, severing countless towering ancient trees in the forest instantly. Mud surged and dust billowed as though the apocalypse had arrived. Countless fiend demons in the forest fled in fright from this place. Tao, Lord Hatred, did not retreat at all. He managed to defend against more than 30 dharmic arts released by Su Zimo. The Hatred Sutra was way too strong. The 30-odd inheritances he received were left behind by ancient mighty figures or even half-martial ancestors. However, they were still far inferior compared to the Hatred Sutra. After all, these ancient mighty figures and half-martial ancestors did not even manage to advance to the Mahayana realm. However, Fiend Emperor Hatred was an emperor of the ancient era. The gap between them was obvious. Of course, Tao Lord Hatred was not the true Fiend Emperor Hatred. Although more than 30 dharmic arts were released at the same time and Tao Lord Hatred was not suppressed, it was impossible for him to gain the upper hand. The two of them were in a stalemate and channeled their dharmic powers continuously without relenting. The aura between them was rising rapidly. Finally, the dharmic powers within their bodies reached a critical point. Neither of them could withstand the pressure. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, a gigantic phantom burst forth from their bodies and rose rapidly, towering and emitting a terrifying aura. Both of them used their heaven and earth dharma characteristics at the same time. 10 feet, 30 feet, 80 feet, 85 feet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's Rulai dharmic body had already reached a height of 85 feet. As for Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic, it did not stop at 85 feet and rose to 90 feet before long. A 90 feet supreme dharma characteristic. Yen Beichin and Qin Pianran were shocked. Nobody had seen Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic before, and nobody knew how high it was. But now that heaven and earth dharma characteristic had finally descended. Throughout history, time had passed and there were many paragons and monster incarnates who could condense 88 or 89 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristics. However, there were few who could condense supreme dharma characteristics. For the past 10,000 years, extreme fire was the only one. But now there was another person, Tao Lord Hatred. Even among 90 feet supreme dharma characteristics, their combat strengths were different. At the very least, Yen Beichin could sense that the heaven and earth dharma characteristic conjured by Tao Lord Hatred was slightly stronger than extreme fire's scarlet flame dharmic body. Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth dharma characteristic was extremely strange. He wore a black robe, but his hair was white. Furthermore, his back was facing Su Zimo, and he wielded a pitch-black saber. The back of the dharma characteristic looked lonely and exuded a tragic aura. However, that single back view caused the Rulai dharmic body to tremble. A 85 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristic was already strong enough to sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm. However, the difference was way too great against a 90 feet supreme dharma characteristic. In the Battle of 100 Refinement Sect, Tao Lord Immortal Sword's 89 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristic was defeated by Extreme Fire's scarlet flame dharmic body. As for Su Zimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristic, it was only 85 feet tall. Qin Pianran looked worried. She could clearly feel Yen Beichin's grip on her palm tighten as cold sweat poured down. Pianran, the situation isn't too good. Suddenly, Yen Beichin said, "Leave first. I've got to assist Zimo later." "Beichin, your essence spirit is injured and you can't attack." Qin Pianran said hurriedly, "Furthermore, I heard that fellow Taoist Su cultivated 2 heaven and earth dharma characteristics. There might be a chance for things to change." 2 heaven and earth dharma characteristics won't do either. The difference between an 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and a supreme Dharma characteristic is too great. Yen Beichen shook his head with a grim expression. Boom! Another loud bang sounded from Su Zimo's body. Another phantom soared into the skies. The second heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the 85 feet heavenly fiend Dharma body. There was no way the Rulai Dharmic body could defend against the pressure of a supreme Dharma characteristic. It had already lost before it even attacked. The Rulai Dharmic body and heavenly fiend Dharma body stood side by side behind Su Zimo, emitting powerful auras that clashed against Tao, Lord Hatred's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Fufu, you finally released your second Dharma characteristic. Tao, Lord Hatred laughed. I've long heard that after Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he conjured 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that are unprecedented. The entire cultivation world has praised you to the skies. Today, I'll let you know something. In front of a supreme Dharma characteristic, your 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics are nothing. Tao Lord Hatred's heart stirred. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was initially standing behind him suddenly turned around. Su Zimo exchanged glances with the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and could not help but shudder as his Tao heart nearly collapsed. Chapter 1248 3 Dharma Characteristics. Chapter 1248 3 Dharma Characteristics. Those bloodshot eyes were filled with sadness, pain, despair, hatred, and devastation, as well as various negative emotions. It was as though the bloodshot eyes were bottomless abysses. Su Zimo merely exchanged a single glance and was nearly devoured by the abyss. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was the union of all Dharmic arts and was the epitome of Dharmic arts. It was lifeless and could not contain any emotions. However, Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was different. Just by standing there, the Dharma characteristic was like an abyss with endless hatred that could devour and destroy everything. Meeting those eyes, Su Zimo suddenly recalled the legend of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Legend has it that Fiend Emperor Hatred hated himself to the core and committed suicide. Su Zimo could not imagine what sort of hatred would push someone to kill themselves. However, when he saw those eyes, Su Zimo suddenly understood. There was no hope in those eyes. Surviving was a form of torture for Fiend Emperor Hatred. Boom! As Su Zimo pondered, Tao Lord Hatred willed the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic behind him to head over. With a single step, it crossed endless space and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. The massive body that was 90 feet tall emitted a torrential hatred. It was much taller than the Rulai Dharmic body and heavenly fiend Dharma body, suppressing the auras of Su Zimo's 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics completely. Swoosh! Raising the saber in its hands, the hatred Dharmic body slashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. The heavenly fiend Dharma body swung its scythe and defended against the fiend's saber as well. Clang! Sparks flew as the 2 sabers collided. The hatred Dharmic body did not move at all, and there was no fluctuation in its eyes. As for the heavenly fiend Dharma body, its body shuddered and Dharmic powers surged. The Dharma characteristic was nearly cleaved into 2 by a single slash from the hatred Dharmic body. An 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even fight against conjoint body mighty figures. With that heavenly fiend Dharma body, Su Zimo was invincible in Dragon Tiger sect, and nobody could defend against his attacks. Even mighty figures had to bow down to him. However, in the face of the hatred Dharmic body, the difference between them was too great. The difference between 85 and 90 feet was merely 5 feet. However, that difference was like heaven and earth. If it was any other cultivator's 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, They would not even be able to withstand a single slash from the hatred dharmic body. The reason why the heavenly fiend Dharma body could defend against it was because the foundation of the dharmic body originated from the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. It was infused with many cultivation techniques of the fiend Tao and was extremely mysterious. This heavenly fiend Dharma body was a product of the greater mastery of the fiend Tao. Boom! The Rulai dharmic body moved as well and extended a golden shimmering palm that blanketed the skies, crushing down on the hatred dharmic body. Without even looking, the hatred dharmic body punched in reverse into the Rulai dharmic body's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The Rulai dharmic body shuddered and took half a step back as well. Ha ha ha! Tao Lord Hatred laughed with a smug expression. Desolate Marshal, if you continue cultivating and cultivate those two heaven and earth dharma characteristics to a height of 89 feet or 90 feet, you might be able to fight me. Unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. I'll take your life today. As Tao Lord Hatred hollered, the hatred on the hatred dharmic body intensified and it let out a tragic roar, sinking into endless despair. The fiend saber in his hands rose and descended once more. Ooh, ooh. The saber tore through the air and let out a series of shuddering wails. That slash enveloped the Rulai dharmic body and heavenly fiend Dharma body. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. One could only truly sense the terror of a supreme Dharma characteristic after clashing with a 90 feet Dharma characteristic. 9 was an extreme number. 90 feet was the mark of a supreme. Those were not empty words. Boom! Under that immense pressure, Su Zimo no longer had any reservations, and another phantom burst forth from his body with a loud bang. A third heaven and earth dharma characteristic descended. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic stood on dark clouds and shone with endless lightning. It was domineering and looked down on the world, wielding a whip made for millions of lightning with a torrential aura. It resembled an ancient thunder god that controlled the world. The thunder dharmic body had descended. The thunder dharmic body was formed with the great void spirit refinement section as the foundation and many secret skills of the immortal Tao. It rose rapidly to a height of 85 feet. There were now 385 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics. A deep hint of fear flashed through Tao Lord Hatred's eyes. It was thankful that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was only at the early stage dharma characteristic realm. If the latter were to cultivate to the perfected dharma characteristic realm, even his supreme dharma characteristic would not be able to deal with the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics. But now, 385 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics were still not enough to threaten his hatred dharmic body. Crackle! Thunderbolt danced in the whip that tore through the air and wrapped around the wrist of the hatred dharmic body right away. Massive power of thunder surged into the hatred dharmic body through the whip. The power of thunder was the most effective against evil. In the blink of an eye, even the fiend chi of the hatred dharmic body was suppressed. However, right after, the blood color in the eyes of the hatred dharmic body intensified and its heart surged with rage. Rumbling hatred and fiend chi gushed out, and it broke free of the shackles of the thunder whip. Bang, bang, bang. The hatred dharmic body slashed thrice in succession. The thunder dharmic body, Rulai dharmic body, and heavenly fiend dharma body defended against it head-on. However, their bodies shuddered, and they retreated a few steps. They could not defend against it. Su Zimo's expression finally changed. Even the 385 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics could not defend against the power of the supreme dharma characteristic. He had not expected that he would encounter such a terrifying enemy in the middle continent. Bang, bang, bang. The hatred dharmic body attacked continuously, and everywhere its saber passed, hatred and fiend chi would surge, overwhelming everything. Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics retreated continuously. Desolate Marshal, you've lost! Tao, Lord Hatred, had a menacing expression and could not help but burst into laughter. Strongest monster incarnate in history? You're still going to be killed by me regardless. Zimo, run. Right then, Yen Beichen's voice sounded in Su Zimo's consciousness. Given your capabilities, you'll definitely be able to escape. Leave this place. Once you cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, you'll definitely be able to make a comeback and suppress hatred. Su Zimo remained silent. He had many trump cards. Although Tao, Lord Hatred, had the upper hand in this battle, the latter would definitely not be able to kill him if he wanted to escape. However, if he were to escape, Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran would definitely die here. How could Su Zimo subject Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran to death while he escaped on his own? As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Yen Beichen sent another voice transmission. 2 deaths is better than 3. If you escape, you can still take revenge for us in the future. Su Zimo still did not reply. No matter what, he could not abandon Yen Beichen here and leave alone. Furthermore, he was Desolate Marshal. He was the invincible Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, who looked down on history. Although it was only a green lotus true body that did not represent his full combat strength, this green lotus true body had also undergone a sediment transformation after 5,000 years of cultivation. He would definitely not admit defeat so easily. There must be another solution. Chapter 1249, Tao Heart Annihilation. Chapter 1249, Tao Heart Annihilation. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked at Tao, Lord Hatred, who was not far away, trying his best to find a way to break out of the situation. At that moment, his 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics were completely suppressed, and Tao, Lord Hatred, had an extremely smug expression. As for the hatred dharmic body, it emitted torrential hatred. The emotions of Tao, Lord Hatred, and the hatred dharmic body were rather out of place. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. That was the weakness of Tao, Lord Hatred. M.O. G.A. Su Zimo was still controlling the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics with all his might to deal with the hatred dharmic body. At the same time, he chanted an abstruse sutra. The Sanskrit seemed to possess a mysterious power. However, Yen Beichen, Qin Pianran, and even Tao, Lord Hatred, were unaffected when they heard that Sanskrit chant. Humph, what are you rambling on about? Tao, Lord Hatred, sneered. Just as he was about to mock Su Zimo properly, his expression changed. Something was amiss. The connection between him and the hatred dharmic body seemed to have fluctuated. Although they could not sense anything from the Sanskrit, the movement of the hatred dharmic body was a tad slower, and its fiend chi became erratic as well. Before long, the sutra chant was completed. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he lowered his head like a gigantic Buddha. With a dignified expression, he conjured hand seals and chanted another sutra. Although that sutra was completely different from the one earlier on, it had an extremely obvious impact on the hatred dharmic body. The scarlet light that was spewing from the eyes of the hatred dharmic body dimmed significantly and even showed signs of disappearing. A lost expression appeared on the face of the hatred dharmic body as well. Yen Beichen was delighted and whispered, "Zimo has found a way to counter the hatred dharmic body." Qin Pianran was surprised and elated as well. It's truly hard to imagine that a 90 feet supreme dharma characteristic that is invincible would be affected by these simple incantations. Those incantations are probably far from simple. Every single word exuded an ancient aura that I've never seen from a cultivator of the Buddhist monasteries. They must have been lost for many years. Yen Beichin said in a deep voice. He was not wrong. Those were supreme, secret incantations of the ancient Buddhist monasteries. The Great Light Mantra, the Auditory Release Mantra, the Sensory Enigma Mantra, the Six Paths Diamond Mantra. In the ancient war, countless lives in Tianhuang mainland were implicated. The disciples of the Buddhist monasteries recited the 4 secret incantations to purify the souls and appease their grievances. At that moment, the 4 secret incantations were meant to purify none other than the hatred dharmic body. The body of this heaven and earth dharma characteristic contained endless hatred. If it was purified, Tao Lord Hatred would be nothing to fear. By the time Su Zimo chanted the 2nd secret incantation, the actions of the hatred dharmic body had already slowed down. The thunder dharmic body, Rulai dharmic body, and heavenly fiend dharma body finally managed to defend in the battle against the hatred dharmic body. Both sides were in a stalemate. By the time Su Zimo chanted the 3rd secret incantation, the effect on the hatred dharmic body was even greater, and it became disadvantaged. In the ancient era, no cultivator of the Buddhist monasteries would dare to stand in the way of the fiend emperor hatred. Even the Buddha emperor who wielded the creation green lotus could not do anything to him and could only sigh. Tao Lord Hatred said sternly, "Desolate marshal, you're dreaming if you think that you can suppress the hatred dharmic body with your useless incantations." Those were definitely not empty words. Back in the ancient era, if not for the self-destruction of the fiend emperor hatred, none of the emperors would have been able to kill the resplendent fiend emperor. The fiend chi on the body of the hatred dharmic body was showing signs of resurrection, and the blood glint in its eyes intensified. However, Su Zimo was unmoved. He looked at Tao, Lord Hatred, and shook his head. "Unfortunately, you're not the fiend emperor hatred of the past. Although you've also cultivated the Hatred Sutra, you're still far inferior compared to the fiend emperor hatred. You didn't go through the same experiences of the fiend emperor hatred, so you will never be able to bear the same despair as him, nor will you ever be able to comprehend the true obscurities of the Hatred Sutra." Tao Lord Hatred shuddered. Those words were way too powerful. They were targeted at Tao Lord Hatred's Tao heart and his weakness. That was indeed an indeterminate fact. From Tao Lord Hatred, Su Zimo could not sense the same sadness, despair, hatred, and devastation in the eyes of the hatred dharmic body. At the end of the day, Tao Lord Hatred was someone that bore the 7 emotions and 6 desires. That was his weakness. Furthermore, there was no way to make up for that weakness. If Tao Lord Hatred were to truly comprehend the essence of the Hatred Sutra, he would end up with the same fate as the fiend emperor hatred, suicide. This was a dead end. At that moment, Tao Lord Hatred's face turned pale, and his Tao heart wavered for a moment. The hatred dharmic body was connected to him and was affected as well, losing more than half of its fiend chi. There was no way Su Zimo would let such an opportunity slip. A 4th secret incantation descended. The blood glint in the eyes of the hatred dharmic body vanished entirely. The hatred in his body had already calmed down. Without the support of that hatred, it was equivalent to losing the source of power. Under the combined attack of Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics, the hatred dharmic body was steadily defeated. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes. Su Zimo's 4 secret incantations of the Buddhist monasteries were meant to purify the hatred dharmic body and release it from its attachments. In truth, the reason why the fiend emperor hatred committed suicide back then was also because he wanted to obtain release. Everything seemed to be fated from the unknowns. The whip of the thunder dharmic body, the hand seal of the Rulai dharmic body, and the scythe of the heavenly fiend dharmic body descended on the hatred dharmic body. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The 90 feet tall Supreme Dharma characteristic dissipated instantly. Tao Lord Hatred shuddered as though he was struck by lightning, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth with an indignant expression. He had not expected that his Tao heart would lose. Su Zimo lamented internally. If he was truly up against the fiend Emperor Hatred, his 4 secret incantations would not be able to suppress the hatred in the latter's heart. However, Tao Lord Hatred was not the fiend Emperor Hatred. Su Zimo conjured hand seals that changed continuously. Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him. The scarlet, golden, and black flames converged rapidly. A red light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella, and the final essence spirit fire was injected, forming the Kacharati Tao fire that shot towards Tao Lord Hatred. Swoosh! The Kacharati Tao fire descended on Tao Lord Hatred. A torrential fiend chi surged out from Tao Lord Hatred's body, and his blood chi surged, resisting against the Kacharati Tao fire with a series of crackling sounds. Even with the searing of the Kacharati Tao fire, it did not manage to injure his bones and organs, and merely burned his skin and hair to ashes. Tao Lord Hatred was simply way too strong, even without the full comprehension of the Hatred Sutra. Although Tao Lord Hatred had already turned into a flaming man as he resisted the Kacharati Tao fire, he still let out a furious roar and charged towards Su Zimo with his fiend saber. Su Zimo willed. The creation lotus platform descended and smashed towards Tao Lord Hatred. Boom! Sparks flew as the creation lotus platform collided against the fiend's saber. The creation lotus platform was repelled. It failed to stop Tao Lord Hatred in his tracks. Right then, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics arrived at the same time and released a powerful attack. Chapter 1250. Death of a Monster Incarnate. Chapter 1250. Death of a Monster Incarnate. Piak. The whips of the thunder Dharmic body struck Tao Lord Hatred heavily, causing his flesh to split open and his bones to be exposed. The Kacharati Tao fire engulfed the wound instantly, and it dried up before a single drop of blood could flow. Bang! The hand seal of the Rulai Dharmic body landed on Tao Lord Hatred's chest. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tao Lord Hatred's chest caved in instantly, creating a huge pit. Many broken bones even pierced his lungs. Poof! Although Tao Lord Hatred managed to avoid taking damage to his vitals from the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharma body, his abdomen was still pierced. The scythe yanked horizontally and almost sliced Tao Lord Hatred's body into 2. Those 3 heavy injuries might not have been fatal for Tao Lord Hatred. However, Tao Lord Hatred's body still burned with the Kacharati Tao fire. Initially, his body and blood chi could hold out against the Kacharati Tao fire. Now that he was suddenly injured as such, the balance was broken instantly. The Kacharati Tao fire surged into his body quickly and burned his bones, organs, blood chi, and life force. Even conjoint body mighty figures would not be able to survive if the Kacharati Tao fire burned their bones and organs. At that moment, Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were filled with injuries and riddled with holes. Unable to hold on any longer, they dissipated rapidly. This battle was way more tragic than Su Zimo had imagined. If not for the 5,000 years of accumulation in the Tao inheritance ground, he would definitely not have won this battle. There were many signs that indicated that a golden era had arrived in Tianhuang mainland. Paragons were rampant and monster incarnates rose everywhere. Existences such as Di'in and Tao Lord Hatred would continue to appear one after another in the future. This was a great era that was not weaker than the ancient era. Of course, with so many paragons and monster incarnates, it also meant that a huge change was about to happen in Tianhuang mainland. If one's combat strength was insufficient, they would be reduced to ants and crushed to death under such a change. Thump! Finally, Tao Lord Hatred could not hold on any longer. Leaning on his fiend saber, he half knelt on the ground and glared at Su Zimo fiercely through the layers of flames. Tao Lord Hatred's vitality was way too exuberant. Even though he was severely injured and his organs were burned to ashes by the Kacharati Tao fire, he was not dead and had persisted till now. Given Tao Lord Hatred's combat strength, Su Zimo would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, cracks had appeared in his Tao heart. Even if he managed to escape, it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. This was a blow that was worse than death for him. Tao Lord Hatred's blood, qi dried up and his life force drained rapidly. Finally, he shifted his gaze from Su Zimo to Yan Beiqin and smiled. By now, he was already unrecognizable after being burned by the Kacharati Tao fire. That smile looked extremely menacing in the blazing flames. Yan Beiqin, do you really think that you can escape from the cultivation world cleanly? Tao Lord Hatred's voice sounded. You are the Azura and your hands were once stained with blood. It's impossible for you to lead a peaceful life. If I, Li Heng, can find you today, someone else will do so tomorrow. You will never be able to leave the cultivation world or dream about living in peace. You wish to backtrack after stepping onto the path of the Azura. To think that the Azura would be reduced to such a state for a woman from an immortal sect. What a joke! What an incredible joke! Ha ha! Tao Lord Hatred let out a shuddering laughter. Azura, you'll be killed by this woman sooner or later. I'm merely making a move first, but you'll be joining me down below real soon. I didn't lose. Tao Lord Hatred's obsession was still with Yan Beiqin. Up till his death, he was still thinking about his previous failure and wanted to fight Yan Beiqin to see who was stronger. However, he still went silent in the end. The ball of flames intensified and engulfed his body completely, burning it continuously. After a full half-hour, the Kacharati Tao fire gradually extinguished. Tao Lord Hatred was already burned to a crisp, leaving only a pitch-black fiend saber stabbed into the ground with a storage bag beside it. Qin Pianran stared blankly at the place where Tao Lord Hatred died, deep in her thoughts and dejected. Sensing her abnormality, Yan Beiqin's heart skipped a beat and he understood. Qin Pianran was a woman after all, and Tao Lord Hatred's final words triggered her. Yan Beiqin extended his palm and gripped Qin Pianran gently, comforting her. Pianran Lihen was merely spouting nonsense because he knew he was going to die. There's no need to take his words to heart. The world is huge. I don't believe there's nowhere for just the two of us. Who will remember us after a long time? Yan Beiqin's words did not eliminate Qin Pianran's worries. She was a little lost. But I really caused you harm. You ended up in this state because you wanted to save me. Aye. She felt guilty, remorseful, and worried. Yan Beiqin smiled. Pianran, don't think too much. It's just an essence spirit injury, and there's no danger to my life. Furthermore, you weren't the one who injured my essence spirit. How can I blame you? Pausing for a moment, he asked jokingly, or are you thinking of leaving me because my essence spirit's injured? No. Qin Pianran blushed, and her expression softened. Even if you want to leave, I won't let go. Yan Beiqin gripped Qin Pianran's palm tightly and said softly. However, his tone was unusually firm. On the other side, Su Zimo advanced and arrived beside the fiend saber, glaring at it for a moment. The fiend saber had gone completely silent without any luster. It looked like a pitch-black, useless saber, unlike its previous torrential might. If it was anyone else, they would not have imagined that the pitch-black saber could have released such a terrifying power. Su Zimo did not touch the fiend saber. Instead, he looked at the storage bag at the side. As the number 1 saber of the fiend sex, Tao, Lord, Hatred definitely had many treasures in his storage bag. Among them, the most valuable was definitely the Hatred Sutra. Su Zimo went forward and opened his storage bag, scanning it carefully with his spirit consciousness. A look of disappointment flashed through his eyes. There were indeed many treasures in that storage bag. There were elixirs, dermic weapons, secret skills, and universal treasures. Unfortunately, the Hatred Sutra was not there. Su Zimo did not use the soul-searching art. Firstly, the battle was intense earlier on, and he was almost suppressed by Tao, Lord, Hatred's Dharma characteristic. How would he have the chance to release the soul-searching art? Secondly, in order for a chance to succeed, Su Zimo had to target those with lesser cultivation and combat strength compared to him. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo might have failed in using the soul-searching art against Tao, Lord Hatred, he might have suffered a backlash and injured his essence spirit instead. Chapter 1251, Saber Burial. Chapter 1251, Saber Burial. Putting away the storage bag, Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the Hatred Fiend saber not far away. The moment he saw the fiend saber, he could sense how terrifying it was. Even his creation Lotus platform could barely deal with the saber. In a prolonged fight, the creation Lotus platform would inevitably succumb to the fiend saber the same way as the mystic Magnet Mountain. Reaching out, Su Zimo gripped the handle of the Hatred Fiend saber, wanting to pull it out and observe it carefully. However, the moment his palm touched the handle of the fiend saber, he felt a tremendous amount of negative emotions surge into his consciousness through his fingertip, affecting his essence spirit. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain on his palm and retracted it instinctively. Lowering his head, his pupils constricted and he frowned. His palm was bleeding. Although the blood chi of this green lotus true body was not strong, its body and skin were indestructible and could fight against Khanate, Tao, Lord Dermic weapons. However, just now he merely touched the handle of the Hatred Fiend saber, and his palm was injured by the power of the saber. If the blade of that fiend saber was used on him, it would probably slice the green lotus true body into 2. The weapon of an ancient fiend emperor was truly extraordinary. The Hatred Fiend saber was an emperor weapon to begin with. However, up till now, there were not many people who could truly use the power of that fiend saber. Interesting, Su Zimo muttered softly. To think that the Hatred Fiend saber would reject him so much. He did not know if it was because he possessed the inheritance of the immortal and Buddhist Taoists or some other reason. Although he did not manage to find the Hatred Sutra, this Hatred Fiend saber was also an utmost treasure. While he could not wield the Hatred Fiend saber right now, as his cultivation advanced, there was a chance for him to become the owner of this fiend saber in the future. At that thought, Su Zimo channeled his dermic powers and stuffed the Hatred Fiend saber into his storage bag, prepared to advance to the conjoint body realm before he attempted it again. Thereafter, he headed towards Yen Beichin and Qin Pianran. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo's expression changed. His palm slapped his storage bag swiftly and pulled out the Hatred Fiend saber instantly, tossing it on the ground with a bewildered expression. At that moment, wisps of pitch-black fiend chi surrounded the Hatred Fiend saber, as though they could devour all living beings in the world. As Su Zimo tossed the Hatred Fiend saber out, the fiend chi on the saber gradually calmed down and dimmed once more. What's wrong? Yen Beichin noticed Su Zimo's actions and asked with a frown. That saber is way too terrifying. Su Zimo recalled what he had sensed earlier on and said sternly, that fiend saber was in my storage bag and emitted a powerful fiend chi that corroded all the treasures in the vicinity. As he said that, Su Zimo took out a few Dao Lord Dermic weapons from his storage bag. Yen Beiqin and Qin Pian Ran gasped when they saw that. Those Dao Lord Dermic weapons were all at perfect grade. However, in just a few breaths' time, the perfect grade Dao Lord Dermic weapons were tainted by the fiend Qi and dimmed, completely destroyed. What a domineering fiend saber! He could not even place it in his storage bag. Unless Su Zimo was prepared to give up on all the treasures in his storage bag. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome weapon up till this point of his cultivation. In fact, he did not even dare to refine the hatred fiend saber, afraid that his essence spirit would be devoured by it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly said, "Brother Yen, give it a try. You don't have the aura of the immortal or Buddhist cultivation techniques on you, and you specialize in the fiend sex Azura Dao. Perhaps you won't be rejected by this hatred fiend saber." When Yen Beiqin heard that, he came to the side of the hatred fiend saber out of curiosity and attempted to grab its handle. There was no reaction from the fiend saber. Su Zimo nodded. True enough. Although he cultivated the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos, and was extremely strong such that he could suppress everyone of the same cultivation realm, his aura was mixed and was rejected by the hatred fiend saber. However, nothing of the sort happened to Yen Beiqin. Su Zimo smiled. "Brother Yen, it seems like I'm not fated with this hatred fiend saber. It's better for you to accept it." If it was in the past, Yen Beiqin would definitely be delighted to obtain such a powerful fiend weapon. However, at that moment, he shook his head. "My essence spirit is injured. Even if the hatred fiend saber doesn't reject me, I can't refine it." Su Zimo said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Brother Yen. I'll definitely think of a way to heal your injuries on your essence spirit. Once your essence spirit recovers, you can naturally refine the hatred fiend saber." Yen Beiqin smiled. "I've already decided to leave the cultivation world and not participate in any disputes. I'm even prepared to give up on my Azura saber that has been by my side for many years. There's no point in me keeping this hatred fiend saber." The fact that Yen Beiqin said that meant that he had already made up his mind and would not change it. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Furthermore, this hatred fiend saber is somewhat inauspicious. Neither of its two owners met with decent endings. That's right. This saber is truly troublesome to deal with. I can neither be carried nor touched." Su Zimo lamented. Yen Beiqin pondered for a moment. "This hatred fiend saber is inauspicious. If you don't want it, let's just bury it." "All right." Su Zimo did not hesitate either. Although the hatred fiend saber was strong, it would only bring endless trouble for him. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and with immense dermic powers dug an extremely deep bottomless pit in the ground. The pit was at least a few thousand feet deep, like an endless abyss. Su Zimo tossed the hatred fiend saber in. Turning into a black shadow, the hatred fiend saber disappeared into the abyss and was buried when Su Zimo filled the pit with mud once more. "Brother Yen, what are your plans from now on?" Su Zimo asked. Yen Beiqin pondered for a moment. "Zimo, I have to ask you for a favor." "Big brother, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for formalities." Su Zimo waved it off. Yen Beiqin said, "Hatred is already dead. I'm sure it won't be long before the fiend sects know about it. This matter can't be hidden for sure. There were many powerful, mighty figures in the fiend sections. Furthermore, if Dao Lord Hatred had a destiny symbol in the fiend sects, the moment it shattered, the fiend sects would know about it immediately." Yen Beiqin continued, "After you leave this place, can you spread a piece of news saying that I fought against hatred and died in battle with both parties defeated? That way, I can make use of this battle to fake my death and escape from the cultivation world completely. From now on, Yen Beiqin will cease to exist in the cultivation world." Qin Pianran and Yen Beiqin held hands and remained silent at the side. No matter what decision Yen Beiqin made, she would support him. Su Zimo sighed internally. He was clear that Yen Beiqin's plan was not merely to fake his own death and escape, it was also for Su Zimo. If Dao Lord Hatred was akin to the second Fiend Emperor Hatred, what sort of status did he hold within the Fiend Sex? If the Fiend Sex knew that Dao Lord Hatred died in his hands, all of them would definitely go into a frenzy to seek him out and kill him for revenge. On the surface, Yen Beiqin's action was to fake his death. However, in reality, it was also to help Su Zimo with everything. Chapter 1252, Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Chapter 1252, Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Brother Yen, I know what you're thinking. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, however, it's still a little hasty. There are many loopholes if you were to say that you died in battle together with Hatred. I'm afraid many people will be suspicious. It's just suspicions. Yen Beiqin said, I don't have a destiny symbol in the sect. As long as I hide and don't be discovered, no one will remember me after a long time. After pausing for a moment, he pulled out the Azura saber beside him and handed it to Su Zimo. This Azura saber is Azura Sect's cornerstone dermic weapon. Think of a way to return this saber to Azura Sect. Yen Beiqin had even given up on the Azura saber that had followed him for many years. It was clear that he was determined to leave the cultivation world. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, That's easy to deal with. I'll just sell the Azura saber at an auction. Once the news is released, Azura Sect cultivators will naturally come forth to redeem it. All right, let's do that then. Yen Beiqin said, It's inconvenient for me to show myself. I can only leave this matter to you. Su Zimo did not decline and merely asked, Brother Yen, are you really willing? Yen Beiqin's gaze lingered on the Azura saber for a long time. He gradually hid the nostalgia in his eyes and shook his head decisively. There's nothing to be reluctant about. I'm no longer the Azura, and am not worthy of this saber. It's good for it to return as well. When Su Zimo saw that Yen Beiqin was decided, he did not persuade further and cupped his fists. I'll go settle this now and return in a few days. Su Zimo bid farewell to Yen Beiqin and turned to leave. After leaving the deep mountains, he sped the entire way and saw a cultivation city around 4 hours later. It was extremely lively within, and countless cultivators rode on their flying swords. Nascent souls and void reversions could be seen everywhere. A city of this level was already considered flourishing and definitely had some large auction houses and marketplaces. Hesitating for a long time, Su Zimo did not stop in the city and continued forward. This place was a little close to where Yen Beiqin lived in seclusion. If the Azura saber was traded in this city, it was hard to guarantee that no one would follow through on the search for him in the vicinity. The chances of Yen Beiqin being exposed would be much greater. Su Zimo continued forward and walked for a full day before arriving at another bustling ancient cultivation city. With a spin, he transformed into a burly man and descended. What happened next was much simpler. All he had to do was spread the news of the battle between Yen Beiqin and Dao Lord Hatred. There was no need for any promotions for such explosive news. As long as it was released, it would create a storm that could spread through word of mouth and cause a huge uproar. This news was enough to shock the entire cultivation world. Did you hear about it? The #1 saber of the Fiend Sex, Dao Lord Hatred, returned. He sought out Yen Beiqin once more to fight for the title of Azura Saber, and both of them ended up dying in battle. Isn't that right? That battle was rather tragic. It was said that mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The sun and moon lost their colors, and stars fell. I heard that Yen Beiqin initially had the upper hand. In the end, Dao Lord Hatred went berserk and released his essence, spirit, secret skill. Their essence spirits clashed, and neither of them managed to survive. Sigh. How tragic! In a restaurant in the ancient city, many cultivators were gathered together discussing this matter. They made it sound as though they had witnessed it personally. Many a time, that was the way the sayings were. As they spread, they changed their original appearances and became mere rumors. Su Zimo sat by the window and sipped alone with an indifferent expression. Who knows if this battle was real or fake? Right then, a cultivator questioned, "You don't know about that. The Azura saber was sold at the Mystic Frost Auction House a few days ago and was bought back by Azura sect." Immediately, a cultivator said, "The Azura saber belongs to the Azura. If he's not dead, why would he let this saber fall into the hands of outsiders?" "Did you see who sold that saber?" "I'm not sure. He seems to be a burly man." "I heard that it's a woman." Many cultivators began to guess. After selling the Azura saber, Su Zimo was worried that something might happen and stayed in the ancient city for a few days. For the past few days, there were only various sayings and nothing unexpected happened. Su Zimo threw down a few pieces of spirit stones casually and prepared to leave. He wanted to return to the depths of the mountains to inform Yen Beichin. The moment he stood up, a cultivator not far away suddenly said, "By the way, I heard that a cultivator has seen the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple." "For real? Where?" "In Jade Toad Ridge." The location of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple is unpredictable, and every time it appears, countless cultivators will head in to investigate. To think that it would come to the Middle Continent. I heard that there are countless ancient treasures in that ancient temple, as well as lost elixirs and cultivation techniques. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was one of the lost elixirs of the ancient era. That was an elixir that could treat Yen Beichin's essence spirit injuries. If this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple truly existed, there was a chance that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir could be found within. However, he had never heard of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. It was better to ask around properly. "Fellow Taoists, may I ask what's the background of this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple?" Su Zimo came to the group of cultivators and asked with cupped fists, smiling. This time round, he came to this ancient city to deal with the Azura saber. Worried that something might happen, he hid his identity and changed his appearance. Even his cultivation realm was hidden, and he looked ordinary. "Who are you?" A cultivator glanced askance at Su Zimo and smacked his lips. "Why, you want to take a look at the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple as well?" A cultivator asked with a smile and mocking expression. "That's my intention." Su Zimo nodded. "Ha ha ha ha." The group of cultivators exchanged glances and burst into laughter, looking at Su Zimo as though they were looking at an idiot. "You really think you're strong enough to want to go to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple?" A void reversion sneered. "Even I, Dao Bing Qingming, don't dare to step foot into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Who do you think you are?" Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he released his aura as a Dharma characteristic and asked coldly, "Repeat that again." The moment he said that, the temperature of the entire restaurant dipped. Although nascent souls and void reversions could be seen everywhere in the ancient city, there were not many Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Most of the cultivators were nascent souls, and there were only a few void reversions. All of them were stunned by Su Zimo's Dharma characteristic aura on the spot with pale expressions. "Tao Lord, please calm down. I only offended you because I didn't know your identity. Please spare my life, Tao Lord." The void reversion was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead as he bowed repeatedly. The cultivators who burst into laughter earlier on did not dare to say anything either. If a Dharma characteristic, Tao, Lord wanted to kill them in a fit of anger, nobody could stop him. Chapter 1253, Righteousness. Chapter 1253, Righteousness. Right now, Su Zimo was only revealing his Dharma characteristic aura. If he revealed his true appearance and name, those cultivators would be scared out of their wits and kneel on the ground with wobbly legs. One of the cultivators said hurriedly, "We don't know the origin of this grand primordium ancient temple either. We only heard that it appeared for the first time in the South region more than 100 years ago. Thereafter, every once in a while, the grand primordium ancient temple would appear somewhere in Tianhuang mainland and attract countless cultivators who would travel for it." Su Zimo was confused. That was indeed strange. Things such as ancient ruins and ancestral cave abodes were mostly fixed in a single location. This was the first time that Su Zimo had heard of an ancient temple that shifted locations. "I heard that when the grand primordium ancient temple descended in the South region, a cultivator entered by accident and obtained an extremely powerful ancient dermic weapon. It caused quite a stir, and many cultivators went to explore it." Pausing for a moment, the cultivator's eyes revealed a hint of fear. "However, it's already not bad if one of the 10 cultivators that entered this grand primordium ancient temple could make it out alive." Su Zimo frowned and asked, "What are the realms of the cultivators that went to explore?" "The weakest are at the Dharma characteristic realm. I heard that there are even some conjoint body mighty figures." The cultivators at the side rushed to reply. Su Zimo asked, "Something happened to the conjoint body mighty figures that entered the grand primordium ancient temple as well?" "I heard that over the years, at least 100 conjoint body mighty figures have entered the grand primordium ancient temple and have never come out ever since." A cultivator grinned with a wary expression. 100 conjoint body mighty figures. That was a huge figure. For example, Dragon Tiger Sect, one of the upper sects, had less than 10 conjoint body mighty figures. From the looks of it, this grand primordium ancient temple was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, "Even so, there are still cultivators who want to explore it?" "That's right." A void reversion nodded. It said that cultivators who can come out of the grand primordium ancient temple alive will indeed benefit immensely. There are some lost ancient elixirs and top-tier cultivation techniques. I also heard that there was once a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord who was in his twilight years and entered the grand primordium ancient temple. He obtained some sort of opportunity and managed to break through to the conjoint body realm. Will the 9 revolutions soul return elixir be in the grand primordium ancient temple? Su Zimo asked again. "Yes." A cultivator said hurriedly, "I heard that a conjoint body mighty figure once came out alive and obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixir." Su Zimo nodded and made up his mind. No matter how dangerous this grand primordium ancient temple was, he had to give it a shot. Su Zimo was already decided and left the restaurant, preparing to bid farewell to Yen Beichin and head to the grand primordium ancient temple, in the bamboo forest deep in the mountains. In the past few days, the traces left behind by the battle had been cleaned up. With the capabilities of Yen Beichin and Qin Pianran, they easily rebuilt a wooden house that sat there in a simple manner. "What, you're going to the grand primordium ancient temple?" In the wooden house, Yen Beichin shook his head resolutely when he heard Su Zimo's plan. "No, that's too dangerous." "Big brother, you know about the grand primordium ancient temple?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know much either. The grand primordium ancient temple is extremely mysterious. Although it has only appeared for a short 100-odd years, countless conjoint body mighty figures have died in it over the years. You're only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. You must not go." Su Zimo shook his head without saying anything. It was clear that he had made up his mind. Yen Beichin said earnestly, "Zimo, the descent of the grand primordium ancient temple in the middle continent will definitely attract many paragons and monster incarnates. With so many powerful figures as well as conjoint body mighty figures present, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Su Zimo smiled. Back then, you merely heard that Dao, Lord Immortal Sword, and the others wanted to cause trouble for me at 100 Refinement Sect before you headed there alone and slaughtered 9 Dao lords outside the sect single-handedly. Pausing for a moment, he said softly, "You had just only entered the Dharma characteristic realm at that time as well." That scene was unforgettable for Su Zimo. How heroic was that? That was the righteousness of the Asura. Where righteousness lies, even if millions of people stand against it, it will not change. Although Yen Beichen was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm, he fought against Dao, Lord Immortal Sword, and other Dao lords who had been famous for a long time without hesitation. Because of that, his essence spirit was injured and had yet to recover. Since there was a chance that there might be a 9 revolutions soul return elixir in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Su Zimo had to take it no matter what. Yen Beichen sighed gently and did not persuade further. They had different personalities and cultivated different saber techniques. However, all of them were loyal people. Yen Beichen pondered for a moment. "I heard that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple has just descended, but there's a dharmic power barrier outside. Cultivators can only enter after the barrier is weakened after a period of time. Zimo, don't be in a hurry to go. Stay here and cultivate during this period of time. If you can advance to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic will strengthen. With 3 Dharma characteristics, your combat strength will definitely increase to a new level, and you'll be able to protect yourself." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "I have gained quite a bit from the battle with hatred. I'm just about to calm down and comprehend them properly. Zimo, I'll go with you when the time comes." Qin Pianran said, "This matter concerns Beichen, and I can't let you take the risk alone." "There's no need." Su Zimo declined with a smile. "If I travel alone, I can escape if there's any danger. However, if there's anyone else, I'll feel restricted instead. Furthermore, Big Brother is injured. Sister Qin, just stay here with him and await good news from me." Because of Yen Beichen, it would seem distant if they constantly referred to one another as fellow Taoists. As such, they changed the way they addressed one another. Qin Pianran was a little hesitant. Yen Beichen said, "Let Zimo go alone. I reckon that many paragons and monster incarnates of super sects will be attracted to this trip to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. You might attract trouble if you go." Qin Pianran nodded. She was a cultivator of Sword Sect. Now that she was with the notorious Asura of the Fiend sects, Sword Sect must have kicked her out of the sect a long time ago and regarded as a traitor of the immortal sects and disgrace of Sword Sect. If she encountered acquaintances from Sword Sect, there was a high chance that both parties would clash. At that thought, Qin Pianran gave up on that thought and stood up. She bowed deeply to Su Zimo and said sincerely, "Thank you, Zimo." "Sister Qin, you're too kind." Su Zimo helped her up hurriedly. Qin Pianran smiled. "I can't help much either. During this period of time, I'll make a few side dishes for you to try." At the side, Yen Beichen could not help but exclaim, "Pianran's culinary skills are truly decent. I'll get to enjoy as well thanks to you." At their cultivation realm, they were already at the realm of Anidia. However, even immortals had the desire to eat, and it was unavoidable. For the next month, Su Zimo stayed in the bamboo forest and cultivated in silence. Finally, a month later, he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Chapter 1254, Heavenly Secrets. Chapter 1254, Heavenly Secrets. From early stage Dharma characteristic to mid-stage Dharma characteristic this time round, it took a mere 6 years. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast. The further one cultivated, the more time and energy they would require to break through a minor realm. Although it was only at the early stage to mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, it was normal for some Dharma characteristic Tao lords to spend hundreds or even thousands of years. Part of the reason why Su Zimo was able to break through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm in 6 years was because of his close to 5,000 years of accumulation in the Tao inheritance ground. On the other hand, it was also because of his battle with Tao Lord Hatred. This battle not only gave Su Zimo many insights, but also immense pressure. His 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were almost suppressed by the 90 feet supreme Dharma characteristic. Under that pressure, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics grew rapidly and became even more condensed. Everything happened naturally when he broke through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. As for his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, they had already climbed to a height of 87 feet. This was the level of the number one of the previous Dharma characteristic rankings. Although Tao Lord Immortal Sword's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 89 feet tall, it was only 85 feet tall when he first became the number one of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Given Su Zimo's current combat strength, he could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm and suppress all Tao lords. Even ordinary, conjoint body, mighty figures were not his match. Of course, if he encountered some paragons and monster incarnates of the conjoint body realm, especially those of supersex, it was unknown if Su Zimo could defeat them. However, one thing was certain: even conjoint body mighty figures of supersex would not be able to attempt to kill him as they did in the past. With 387 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, Su Zimo could carve out a path even if he was surrounded by conjoint body mighty figures. Of course, the danger of the grand primordium ancient temple did not merely come from other cultivators. The mysterious ancient temple was a dangerous place to begin with. Nobody knew what dangers lurked within. The cultivators that survived did not encounter any danger. However, nobody knew what the cultivators who met with danger saw. That was because they had already died within. This day, after Su Zimo broke through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, he bid farewell to Yen Beichin and was prepared to head to the grand primordium ancient temple. Zimo, you must be careful. If the situation doesn't look good, don't force yourself and retreat in time. Yen Beichin reminded. After all, my essence spirit is only injured. Nothing must happen to you. Don't worry. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. I still want to drink with you after I'm back. All right, I'll wait for you. Yen Beichin laughed as well. Thereafter, Su Zimo leaped up and auspicious clouds floated beneath his feet. He sped into the distance and disappeared before long. Sword Sect, Immortal Sword Tao Residence. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, was sitting in his Tao residence with Tao, Lord Cloud Rain beside him. Both of them had once escaped from Yen Beichin's hands, and after that calamity, their relationship became even closer, and they met frequently. You mean to say that Hatred and the Azura died in battle? Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, frowned slightly and asked when he heard the news from Tao, Lord Cloud Rain. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain nodded. That's the rumor outside. There were many mixed, different sayings about the exact circumstances, but none of the cultivators saw it personally. That's impossible. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, shook his head. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain asked, Why do you say that? Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, harumphed. That saying can deceive others, but how can it deceive us? You and I fought against the Azura before. Although we were defeated, he did not get off well either. His essence spirit must have been injured. Although injuries to the essence spirit are difficult to heal, it's not impossible. I heard that the Elixir Yang sect elder gave the Azura a 9 revolutions soul return elixir. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, said indifferently. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said, Even if the Azura's essence spirit is fine, only 20 years have passed. His cultivation is at most at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. As for hatred, he's at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Ever since he reappeared, he hasn't even used his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and has already suppressed a titular disciple of the fiend sections. No matter how strong the Asura is, how can he leap realms and die in battle with hatred? You mean to say that hatred killed the Asura? Tao, Lord Cloud Rain asked. It's hard to tell. There's definitely something fishy about this. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, shook his head. Pausing for a moment, Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, Right, have you found that childhood sweetheart junior sister of yours yet? At the mention of that, Tao, Lord Immortal Sword's eyes flashed with a dark glint. Not yet. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, said with a fake smile, I heard that your junior sister was captured by the Asura previously. She's probably dead by now. No. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said coldly. Qin Pianran's destiny symbol was in Sword Sect and was intact. It was clear that she was not dead. Oh! Tao, Lord Cloud Rain laughed. That's interesting. She was captured by the Asura, who achieved his Tao through killing, but did not die or return. He's a single man, and she's a single woman. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword's expression darkened completely as he said, coldly, If that slut truly has an affair with the Asura of the fiend sex, she'll be the shame of our sword sect. If I find her, I'll definitely kill her personally. At that moment, Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, had completely forgotten that the slut he was referring to had saved his life. The world is vast. Who can find her if she truly wishes to hide? Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, shrugged his shoulders. Not necessarily. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said proudly, The successor of a certain place understands heaven and earth. He's able to peer into mysteries and divine everything in this world. Enigma Palace. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, narrowed his eyes. Right then, a cultivator with fluttering robes strode over from outside the Tao talisman door. He was handsome and wore a Confucian crown, holding a folding fan with a faint smile on his face. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain's spirit consciousness scanned the person. He could not see through this cultivator's cultivation realm. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, stood up to welcome him and revealed a smile as he shouted, Fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets, you've come from a long distance. Please pardon me for not welcoming you from afar. It's fine. There's no need to stand on courtesy between us. Heavenly Secrets had a warm smile that made one feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze without any resistance. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, introduced to Tao, Lord Cloud Rain. This is fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace, and this is Cloud Rain Sex. Before Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, could finish, Tao, Lord Heavenly Secret, smiled. 5,000 years ago, he was number 2 on the Dharma characteristic ranking, and is now the titular disciple of Cloud Rain Sect. Tao, Lord Cloud Rain, nodded to himself. He was certain that they had never met before. However, this Heavenly Secrets knew of his identity and background. He was indeed skilled. As the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking and a titular disciple of Sword Sect, Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, had a noble status, and it was not surprising for him to befriend cultivators of Enigma Palace. Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, said, Fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets, I'm not going to stand on courtesy with you. The reason why I invited you here this time round is because I want you to help me find someone. She was originally a cultivator of Sword Sect, Qin Pianran. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. I'm not at the level where I can find someone with just a single name. What if I have her destiny symbol? Tao, Lord Immortal Sword, asked with a narrowed gaze. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. That will be easy then.